Question by Dara. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Donna?
Yes.
Eileen?
Yes.
Stan? Micah?
Yes.
Tennille?
Yes.
Russell? Dwight? Steve?
Yes.
Lisa?
Yes.
16.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried.
Motion to approve the December meeting minutes if there's no objection.
Motion by Pam to approve the December meeting minutes. Need a second. Jordan. Question by Dara. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Donna?
Yes.
Eileen?
Yes.
Stan? Micah?
Yes.
Tennille?
Yes.
Russell? Dwight? Steve?
Yes.
Lisa?
Yes.
16.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Pam?
Chairman, I believe, good morning, council and administration. This morning, we did not do any approval for, any excuses. I do know that there is, one of our council reps that was going to get on this afternoon on Zoom, and one asked to be excused from today's meeting. He said he done it yesterday, but for those that are not here, I don't know if they called in or anything. So is it just Wade that we need to excuse for the morning session, or?
Can we include this? Motion?
Okay,
Or
I'll
be
move
excused.
to-
Motion by Pam to approve the excuses, second by Ray. Need a question? Jordan? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Donna?
Yes.
Eileen?
Yes.
Stan? Micah?
Yes.
Tennille?
Yes.
Russell? Dwight? Steve?
Yes.
Lisa?
Yes.
16.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Pam?
I'm on a roll. Good morning, or I already said good morning, but anyway, yesterday we were online. We were gonna discuss the task force and what was gonna happen, and then something had happened with our system. So then, I don't know if a lot of you have gotten text messages or phone calls after our council meeting, but people are curious as to what the tribe came up with for the rising numbers. And I do know that we didn't really discuss anything on what the tribe was planning to do. I do know that we did talk about the shutdown for the week, but we did not discuss anything with what we were thinking about for schools. We didn't discuss maybe a lockdown. And we didn't do any of that kind of discussion. We just more or less talked about what the task force was doing and how they operate and stuff like that. So I think if we can get some clarification out to the people as to what we plan to do or what we're agreeing with. There's a lot of concerns with having the schools go into virtual rather than having them in the buildings, even though some are just doing 2 days a week. There's a lot of questions in those areas, so I think that's what we need to talk about.
I think that this week we decided that we were going to stick with the shelter in place. We still have a shelter in place for all the tribal employees. There's there's a travel restriction, no out-of-state travel for the tribe or at all, any travel at all, local travel or anything. So as soon as we get through this week, I think we're going to meet with the task force next week, and we're going to decide if we need to do some type of shelter in place according to our levels that we adopted to keep the numbers under, at least going to maybe talk about another shelter in place for the reservation wide. So that's going to be coming, but it's not going to be till next week. So we're going to talk about that. I'm going to ask for a task force meeting and have them make some more recommendations as far as you guys giving me the authority to do this. I appreciate that, and I will make sure that what gets done is in best interest of everybody, so to help keep the public safe out there, so.
Okay, also, the other clarification that we need,
I do know that I did mention to you that, you know, when these directors, when they approve COVID leave, that it should be approved somewhere, but I don't know who's stopping it, and I don't know how that works for a person, you know, if they're test positive. A lot of them are getting leave without pay, so that was kind of one of the questions too, was whatever became of that, how come they're they're not being allowed to use COVID leave or anything, and I think we need some kind of clarification on that also, as in what your stance is on that.
If people are receiving COVID leave, if they're in isolation or quarantine, once they come off and get a letter saying that they're off it, then that COVID leave stops.
okay, because we did hear
Which
The lawyer saying that he did approve of his employees to get COVID leave, but yet it was denied somewhere along the line, so that's why I'm saying.
If they're off, if they're isolation and quarantine, and from the date of that letter, that's when the COVID leave stops. If they're not essential and they're staying at home and sheltering in place, they are receiving COVID leave to stay at home and be at home.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Anything else, Secretary?
We need to ratify the resolutions 2022-01 and 2022-02, the petition resolutions. We just have to, she said we have to ratify them for the record.
And can you remind the council which ones those are, 2022-01 and 22-02?
I think one was, I think 02 was the one with
The budgets and
For having,
Oh,
for
okay.
tribal
I could read it.
regulations, and then the 2022-01 is approving the casino indirect and general budget.
Yeah, I could read them in because I'm the vice for
Okay.
budget and for health board.
Do you have those available, or are they on the table?
I think they're on the table. Should be on the.
Go, Sarge.
Come on, Sarge, can't be sitting around. Somebody on the butt, should be standing around. Yeah.
Those are both petition resolutions that you guys signed. Now they're back to the council to be ratified, so to actually be put in the record.
Oh, no. Are they not staff on that side?
Does it have a number on it? On top?
Tim's bringing a copy in.
Okay.
And then the only
5
thing-
minute break?
No, we did make a motion yesterday to vacate the Soldier Creek seat and have a call for a special election, right? We did that yesterday, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
we just talked about it, we didn't do anything.
We didn't do anything, so we,
I made copies of the ordinance if they want it.
okay, go ahead, pass that out, then we can,
Come up while I was gone. You know, Chairman, I really find that very disrespectful. You guys even talked about that and considered that. I do understand that it is in our ordinance
ordinance, and it is under our constitution, but, we just buried him on Saturday. It's only been a few days. I think we should give that, the respectful way of allowing council to do their mourn. I think we should give it the 30 days and go ahead and, do it at our February regular meeting, make that motion. But for now, I don't think we should do anything with that seat because we are in mourning. He was our colleague, so I believe that out of respect, we should wait at least 30 days before we discuss that.
How does other council people feel about that? You want to wait 30 days? We still have to do the motions to, I know maybe it's not the right time to do it, but we still need to make the motion to vacate and call for a special election, but we can do it at a later date. According to ordinance, I don't know how much time you have after something like this happens that you have to do this, so, I know he has, had more than a year left on his council seat, so,
This is within 30 days after the vacancy.
okay, so basically it says within 30 days after vacancy, so we can do that.
You guys had done a motion yesterday to vacate the seat.
And I don't think that, that 30 days starts. I think the 30 days will actually start once we make that motion to vacate. So that's why I'm saying it'd be respectful to just wait until February to vacate and to allow for the advertisement of that
So
seat.
does the ordinance say that we have to, have a special election within 30 days, or do we have to?
It says special election.
Election held on the date set by the RST Election Board and approved by the Tribal Council within 30 days of a vacancy, and the candidate for such office who receives the highest number of votes shall be elected.
So we have to have a special election within 30 days, is that what it say? You know, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but, you know, this is kind of what it says in the ordinance, you know, and that's why she's bringing it forward, and I don't think she's trying to be disrespectful in any way. I know everybody loved Charlie and appreciated him as a council rep, but I don't think anybody's trying to be disrespectful. Go ahead, Sheriff.
Thank you. Thank you, Council. Good morning, everybody. I think this ordinance is something that we should look at. Of course, it's in place, so we're going to have to abide by it. And I know that nobody here wants to or is trying to feel disrespectful, but just speaking from experience and going through losing my father and going through the mourning process and knowing that the day after he died, people started calling, inquiring about his seat. We've come a long way from Wolakota when things like that happen. And I think our hands are tied because this ordinance is set in place and it's a law. But I think we should forward this ordinance to governmental affairs to be addressed because this is becoming more of a frequent occurrence. And I think some sensitivity and some proper protocol with some traditional Lakota thought behind this process needs to be put in place. I seen that this was on the agenda and I felt the same way. I didn't want the Spotted Tail family to feel the way my family felt when my dad's seat was vacated, questioned, and set for a vacancy and an election had to come, and then all of his committee seats were filled here with this body before, you know, this business as normal. So I would like to refer, what's the ordinance number, Ken?
8610.
I want to make a motion to refer ordinance 8610 to the Governmental Affairs Committee for amendments.
I'll second.
Okay, got a motion on the floor by Sheriff to send the ordinance back to governmental affairs to possibly amend the section where it has to do with special elections and vacancies. Okay. Second by Pam. Question by Jordan. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Eileen,
Yes.
Stan? Tennille,
Yes.
Russell? Dwight? Micah?
Yeah.
Donna?
Not voting, I just logged back in, lost connection.
Okay. Steve?
Yeah.
Lisa?
Yes.
15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried. Okay, do you want to come back at a later date and make the motion for the vacancy and special election? Or according to ordinance, we have to have something set up by 30th, even though we want to amend it, but Pam? Yeah,
It says in here, if the office of any community representative becomes vacant before the expiration of the term and 1 year or more of the term remains, the tribal council within 30 days after the vacancy shall order a special election to allow all registered voters to vote for the vacant position. If less than 1 year of the term remains, the community council of the affected community within 30 days from the date of the vacancy shall appoint a community representative for the unexpired term, provided that the tenure of office of any person elected to fill the vacancy shall not extend beyond the term of office of the original incumbent. I think, I don't know, Eric, would you say that our February regular scheduled council meeting is sufficient enough, 30 days? I mean, because this don't even say 30 days as in 30 calendar days, 30 business days.
Usually it's from when the person passes away.
Where does it say that?
It doesn't, but common
That's what I'm
sense would
saying.
tell you
It's not
that.
about common sense. It's about these ordinances, the way they're written. So that's why we have to.
That's what we're following with the ordinance.
But
We're gonna write our own rules?
the ordinance doesn't say.
we'll get clarification from Eric. Eric, we're the section as far as calling for a special election.
On page
9.
Good morning, council and Mr. Chair, if I could.
Go ahead.
The ordinance doesn't say, doesn't define what a vacancy is. It just says that if the office becomes vacant. So I think the date that you need to be concerned with is the date that the council declares the position vacant. My only comment with the timeline would be, if you look at the rest of the ordinance where it discusses the year or more of the term remaining. Let's say if there's less than a year or more than a year, the date of the declaration of the vacancy would affect that, but I don't think that's an issue here. So if you wait till February to declare the office vacant, and that would trigger the rest of the timelines, and that the special election will be 30 days from the date that you declare vacant. That's what I agree.
So, yeah, so back to my question for the council, can we be respectful and wait for that and start that precedent of having, waiting at least 30 days for our colleagues for the future of anything that happens? Because like Sherry said, it was kind of heartbreaking for her family to have everything happen just like that. So I think it'd be respectful if we at least wait 30 days and do this in February.
Well, unless the ordinance restricts your discretion by making the timeline mandatory by defining when the vacancy occurs, and you have the discretion to declare the vacancy whenever you want to do, because of that timeline.
Well,
So
that's why I'm
that's within your discretion to do that. I would just say this, that the precedent, it's not really, it wouldn't be really precedent unless you write it into the code and define that period, and if you wanted to get that period of mourning to be included, because right now it's not. So it's literally a case by case basis on whenever that issue
Yeah,
occurs.
I understand. That's why I'm saying if we could wait till our February regular council meeting to declare the seat vacant, because from now until then, that's considered our 30-day mourning. I mean, even though I don't know if it's really 30 days from now, but it'll give us that 30-day mourning. And then on the regular council meeting in February, show my calendar, it'd be easier to talk. Okay, so if we went with waiting till February 9th, I don't think we're gonna hit 30 days, but when February 9th comes, that's the day that we'll make the motion to vacate the seat and to allow for the special election to happen.
Sure, and then the 30 days will begin to run after you declare the vacancy. And you have that discretion because it's not defined in the ordinance. If you want to create those or discuss those definitions, you could discuss that in governmental affairs and further clarification of the ordinance. The way it reads, you have that discretion to set that at a later date if you want. That's up to the council.
Thank you.
We're gonna wait till February and then,
Make that motion
Okay.
in February.
okay, we're gonna wait till February and then.
Make that motion.
Okay.
In February.
February.
Specific rec for if they have questions for them to follow.
Secretary, any more?
Just to ratify these two resolutions.
Satisfy these two resolutions, so. Secretary, any more?
So when you're ratifying resolutions, do you is it still motion to approve or is it motion to ratify?
Motion to ratify.
Motion to ratify?
Or I think they mean the same thing anyway, but that's how they told me to say it.
I think you're officially doing it for the record for the minutes, so, I mean, it's approved by petition resolution, but you bring it here to ratify it, so it officially goes into the minutes.
Okay. Considered emergency legislation?
No.
Okay. Motion to ratify resolution 2022-01.
Motion by Pam, need a second. Sheriff? Any discussion?
I'll start with the fifth whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Budget and Finance and Appropriations Committee is established pursuant to RST Ordinance 8007 as amended in 1995. Whereas the RST Budget Finance Committee met on December 28, 2021 and has recommended that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council to approve the funding levels for fiscal year 2022 as follows. Motion by Pamela Kilsenwater to approve the casino budget at the fiscal year 2020 level of, do I read those amounts?
public information. Go ahead.
$1,536,756.36 for fiscal year 2022, and to refer to the tribal council as emergency legislation. Seconded by Steve Brave. The vote was 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and 1 not voting. Motion carried. Motion by Pamela Kilsenwater to approve the indirect cost proposal budget at the fiscal year 2021 level for fiscal year 2022 with amended budget. General operations at $845,816, personnel department at $425,774, and legislative affairs at $157,650, and to be referred to the tribal council for approval as emergency legislation. Second by Steve Brave. The vote was 4 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting. Motion carried. Motion by Pamela Kilsenwater to reconsider and rescind the $200,000 for SGU eCoin. Seconded by Steve Brave. The vote was in favor, or 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and 1 not voting. Motion carried. Motion by Pamela Kilsenwater to approve the general account budget for fiscal year 2021 level with the line items election, EPP, Koya, Spotted Hill Crisis Center at the decreased level amounts, and refer to the tribal council as emergency legislation. Second by Steve Brave. The vote was 4 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 not voting. Motion carried. Motion by Pamela Kilsenwater to put the moratorium on furniture purchases until further notice. Second by Steve Brave. The vote was 4 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 not voting. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council adopts and approves the recommendations of the RST Budget and Finance Committee for the fiscal year 2022 casino budget, fiscal year 2022 indirect proposal budget, and the fiscal year 2022 general account budget as follows, which is what I read before. Be it further resolved that the president of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or his authorized delegate and the RST treasurer or his authorized delegate shall direct the appropriate executive and administrative action necessary to implement and enforce this resolution in accordance with the Constitution, bylaws of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, RST Ordinance Number 8812, and applicable tribal law.
Any discussion? Any question? Ray, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Online, Eileen?
Yes.
Stan? Tennille? Russell? Micah?
Yes.
Donna?
Yes.
Dwight? Steve?
No.
Lisa?
17,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried.
Motion to ratify resolution 2022-02.
Your second? Fremont?
I'll start with the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th whereas. Whereas Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council, or the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Health Administration has requested a
Quote from Tribal Nations Care Incorporated, thermometers, oximeters, PPE, and cleaning supplies. Whereas the Tribal Nations Care Incorporated quote returned with an order total of $200,000. And whereas the Tribal Nations Care Incorporated purchase order amount is budgeted out of the Health Administration funding. Whereas these supplies shall be used for the Rosebud Sioux, strike that staff, and leave it as Rosebud Sioux tribal members to prevent and mitigate the spread of COVID-19 infection. And therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves the purchase order for Tribal Nations Care Incorporated in total of $200,000 for thermometers, oximeters, PPE to combat COVID-19 pandemic.
Any discussion? Any question? Ray? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Eileen?
Yeah.
Stan? Tennille? Russell? Micah?
Yeah.
Donna?
Yes.
Dwight?
Oh.
Steve?
Yeah.
Lisa? Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you for reading them into the record. Anything else?
No, that's all I have.
Okay, we have the constitutional officers. We had my report yesterday, Willie's report yesterday. Secretary just completed hers. Stephen, do you have anything to report as far as the treasurer's report?
No.
Okay, so we'll move on to, we did BIA. Share?
Thank you, Council. In regard to the treasurer's report, I would like to, make a motion to have the treasurer post his quarterly report for the Constitution.
Okay. Stephen, did you hear that?
I think it needs to be published.
Post it?
Yeah, publish it in the newspaper.
Okay, that will be inclusive of all budgets.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Does that need to be a motion or?
I was gonna say, if you might wanna make a motion, or Stephen, would you feel better with the motion?
No, it don't need to be a motion.
Okay, all right, thank you. We have Bureau Indian Affairs. Miss Ashley did her report yesterday. Office of Special Trustee, I guess that's at Jolene One Star. We probably need to have her come down and maybe start talking to council a little bit about what she does at the BIA for the Office of Special Trustee. Indian Health Services, I need to get a hold of the CEO up there to make sure she starts doing her report. We haven't heard a report from IHS for a while. They do attend the task force meetings though, as far as participating in that. Communities, we'll be on communities now. Is there any community business, any resolutions? Vanessa?
I will have one, but I'm waiting for minutes for Eric to do it.
Okay.
It'll probably be later.
Any other community business? Resolutions, motions?
Chairman,
Go ahead, Donna.
What community, when they have, who or where do they publish the CPA meetings? Or how do we get on their email list? Thank you.
Okay, I'll find that out. Okay.
thank you. Mr. Chair?
Go ahead. Micah?
Good morning, council. Good morning, administration. There was a question out here in HEDOG around the, since December 31st is over, what is the plan with the COVID trailers? Because there was talk that there was going to be a decision made of either giving them back to the tribe, whatever that means, or the communities could submit their own policies for them and keep them as their own. Is there any update?
Micah, there was some discussion earlier about the December 31st deadline as far as what we should do with them after that. If we were going to make another motion to extend that date further on for isolation and quarantine, or turn them over to the communities. And so that still needs to be a discussion, and I am too getting calls on the quarantine isolation. I know the numbers are getting bigger and they are being utilized, and but there are still some people that are trying to stay in them that are not using them for isolation and quarantine. So I guess we do need to have that discussion. Dara?
Yeah, good morning, council. I think we do need to have a discussion. There was a community member from another community that needed the trailer, and the community chair moved in it, so We need to really have that discussion seriously, and, you know, I'm all for people finding places to live, but if you're gonna take away a shelter for someone that's sickly, then I think we have to act on that, because, that's really shameful. So, thank you.
Is there a few options that you can do? You can turn them over and let them repurpose those trailers for something else, and that would be up to the kind of the community to do that at their own level. Or you can make another motion to reconsider and extend the time for them to be used as isolation and quarantine. Just reaffirm the motion that they are supposed to be used for isolation and quarantine. There's a few options there that you can do. Pam?
Yeah, I guess Chairman, the prior administration, I had made a motion several times, I believe they're recorded, I think I made them like 3 times regarding our community trailer. There's, family living in it, and, you know, our community was upset about it, and I was constantly getting called on it to bring it up to council. And from my understanding, the prior administration was supposed to have contacted them and advised them that those are supposed to be COVID trailers until we did something different with them, but that had never happened. So I had asked that, you know, I made motions that those be left as COVID trailers. One of the incidents that had happened was we had community family that needed that trailer, and it kind of caused problems against the task force, you know, the ones that go out and make sure that everything's okay in the trailer, because that the family that was living in there had to hurry up and move out, and they were only given an hour to do it. So I really think that either administration needs to step up and abide by what council makes motions on, which is that those are supposed to be COVID trailers. And if we're still in a pandemic and we're still putting shelters in place, I believe that those should stay as COVID trailers. That's what they should be used for. But if we give options and, you know, want to give back to the community, they're not going to use them for that. And we're going to be in a tough spot, because we're the ones that are going to get called on it. They're going to say, how come you guys did that? So I think as long as we're in this pandemic, as long as this is going on, I think the council should go ahead and reaffirm the motion to leave them trailers as COVID trailers during the pandemic.
Specifically for isolation and quarantine?
Yes, specifically for that. And then if, I don't know how we're going to address the ones that are living in them as homes. I mean, I don't know what.
That's probably something that I needed to talk to Rodney before he went out of office, as actually how far he got with that. I don't know if it was a matter of enforcing it or what he was working on, but I'll find out, Pam. I'll get a hold of the Attorney General. I'm sure there's something that probably has to be legally written or some notice that to vacate those trailers. So what's that?
It's squatting.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're squatting.
I think, right now, I don't know if
We don't have any real business with you right now. I think you should step away and allow the vice chairman to continue to run the meeting, and you go in the office and visit with the Attorney General and find all this out. Because this is, I mean, we're looking at high numbers now. We don't have any more time. I've been saying this since, geez, I don't know when it was. I started bringing it up, and it's always been on the floor. And I got after the last chairman for that, because there wasn't nothing being done. That family got to live in there this whole time, and CARES was paying for the utility bills until recently, when I made a motion that CARES office stopped paying them utility bills. So, I mean, that's my thing, is we need to know today what we're gonna do.
I think you probably, I can do that, Pam, but you guys really need to take some action on it right now, because it's past the 31st. If you guys are going to extend this through the pandemic and use them for isolation, it needs to be done by motion. Then I will step out and do what
I'll make
I
that
need.
motion.
Okay, motion for the secretary, please.
I'll second. Motion to leave
The,
the,
COVID trailers as COVID trailers and to extend the deadline date of usage of these COVID trailers for until this pandemic is over.
Installation?
Yeah,
Specifically
specifically for isolation and, what's the other,
quarantine.
quarantine.
So does that include the house that Pam has too?
Well, it's up to you guys. That's another issue too, I guess, that people have an issue with, so. I mean, that's up to you guys.
Can I ask a question?
Yep.
I thought we went over this and we made a motion and that we put all of those trailers and the ceremony house under, health administration. Didn't we do that?
Yeah, we did do that, but, what they need is because everything only went till December 31st. So now it's like they're in limbo because that forced that car, so.
It's a good jacket, put it up.
Chairman,
So now we need to make this motion to extend it while we're in this pandemic.
Can we find that?
You don't see him sitting in there, that's not
Or just add the extension on it, or
right.
is that what you're doing?
Yeah.
The same group?
Yeah.
Donna, did you have a comment, question?
yeah, to December 31, 2022. The extension date.
You accept that part as your motion?
Yeah.
To December 22, 31st, 2022? Okay. Get that part of your motion? Okay, Chair, do you second that motion?
Yeah, I do.
Any more discussion on it?
I have a question.
Martha?
On these trailers, ours got broken into. And I don't know what got broken, but I know the police department reported it, so my son, as a community chairman, he's kind of been staying there off and on, just watching the place. And I know our community members are complaining, so he's out of there. But these trailers, you're only supposed to be, that's another clarification we need to let people know, is that it's for community members. We currently have a family that are non-reservation members. And I know you probably got a call, everybody else probably got a message on their phones. And we're really getting cut down for it, myself, my son. And I don't want that to happen, you know, this pandemic.
Life pole laying in the ditch.
Buddy's fight. I mean, we're just being verbally attacked every which way. So we need to really clarify these trailer and the usage.
Well, this motion will do that. Extend it until December 2022. The purpose of all those are for only isolation and quarantine, so if there are people living in there, I will get with the Attorney General. We will write a letter to them to have them vacate the trailers. If they, got Vanessa and then Ray.
Good morning, Holly. Admin. My question, I wanted to add on that resolution.
What resolution?
Oh, your motion to add on there that each community has their trailers, so if we can just put the community members that are gonna move into those trailers in each community.
Only, so you're trying to add on to the motion that only community members will be allowed to isolate and quarantine in their
COVID
respective
trailers.
communities, so.
Yes.
But that's not fair because St. Francis, they let it freeze up when it's ruined. And so they have to put them members somewhere else. The Spring Thunder one had to be placed at Mission. That's absolutely insane to think that because the Soul community is gonna use it. Do all that, we're gonna have an outbreak here and we're gonna need every one of them trailers. Well, yeah, I'm sorry, but I just think that.
Pam, are you accepting that?
No, I think right now we should just stay with this, for isolation, quarantine until December 22nd. And then if that needs to be a motion, then Teresa or Vanessa can make her motion.
We'll have, the secretary read back the motion and I'll call for the question.
I have a question.
Oh, go ahead, Ray.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. I think if we're gonna extend the time frame, if the CARES office, ARPA office can continue to pay the bills for them.
They are,
Yeah.
they're budgeted, right? I mean, didn't we set
I
that?
think when the CARES money run out, then they run out too, so I don't know if they.
Correct.
Back on the community.
No, because I think what we did was, remember when Jim did his, budgeting? It was for, to pay them utility bills.
You know,
At the last ARPA meeting, I had asked that question and Jim said not. And that the communities were to start paying their own utility bills,
Well, that's the community buildings, but we're talking about these trailers.
including those trailers.
Can you get Jim on the phone?
Ray,
Wait, I'm done. I just.
I would also like to know, who is responsible for furnishing them? Because they are being used for quarantine and isolation. So I do believe that they should be, furnished as well.
Outsideman's taking care of that. She contacted all the chairmen and had them turn in their list of what their trailers needed. And there is specific beds that she did buy for them, so just the beds that were surplus, they were just too
Jim
big
White,
for
I
the
got you on
beds.
speakerphone and council, has any money been allocated to continue to pay for electricity and the utilities for the COVID trailers?
Yes, we have.
Okay.
They're all electric.
Okay,
So for now, we budgeted within the CARES to pay for those utilities. There's only like 2 or 3 that have Golden West or anything, but the majority are electrical, and we budgeted that as far as that money will take us.
okay,
And then I think it was like 100,000. Don't quote me exactly for that amount, but that's only for the trailers. The community buildings now, they're starting to get their allocation, so the communities have to take care of their own buildings. But just the trailers we did.
okay. And that's through the net for the next year here, or,
Yeah, until that 100,000 runs out.
okay,
And then we got a contract with I think it's called All In Construction. They are going to heat tape, get to every trailer and heat tape it and ink it. They're going to do the sidings, the sidings,
okay.
not the sidings, the skirting.
Skirting,
Excuse me. So they're going to be doing that, and they're going to get to every one of them to heat tape.
okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, bye. Okay. We have a motion on the floor to extend the date and,
I'm gonna read it.
yeah,
Motion by Plainfield Water to include COVID as COVID trailers, deadline date until December 31st, 2022, strictly for quarantine and isolation, second by Sherry Wright Plank.
okay. Is that it? Ray, got a question? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Online, Eileen?
Yes.
Stan? Tennille? Russell? Micah?
Yes.
Donna?
Yes.
Dwight? Steve?
Yes.
Lisa?
Yes.
17.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Any more community business?
I have something.
Go ahead.
So, good morning. So, remember, the prior motion from the CPA came forth about the community presidents getting a bonus. Antelope community had a meeting and they wanted to have it amended to include all officers.
I think that became a issue. I know there was a motion made to do that, but I think the motion kind of said something like this, that if the availability of the money, that they could do it. Shortly after that, I think the, Brenda from the treasurer's office brought in that there wasn't enough money in there to do it, so.
I think it was just for the record.
Yeah, so, that's the status of that, so if you guys wanna donate something off of it. Make money available, that's up to you guys, but at this time, there was no money available to do the bonuses, so. Go ahead, Chair.
Thank you.
I believe that, the treasurer stated that this has never been done before and that it should go back to the communities. And, I think that we should respect that.
Thank you, Sharon.
So you want to reconsider and rescind that motion
What motion?
to allow for the President's Association to have bonuses?
I believe that even though we made the motion, that the motion is, or that it's not gonna be abided by, and, it's gonna be stopped at the finance office level with the CFO, who, stated that there is no funding there to support the motion. So I guess if we need to rescind it, we can, but I guess I was under the impression that it wasn't gonna, the motion was going to die.
The CFO has the authority to block council motions. That's written in the accounting manual. Ordinance 2003-05.
Based on availability of monies, right?
Correct.
Okay, well, we'll leave it as is. You reported it, Jordan, so. Any more community business? Vanessa?
So do we add that on there with do I add a motion, make a motion for the COVID trailers to stay for community members only?
You can make a motion, you can get voted up or down,
Okay, I'll make a motion.
okay? Do you want her to repeat the motion, or?
Because I think that's fair for our communities, instead of moving someone in, what my community is afraid of is people coming in from different communities and partying and drinking, you know, sneaking drinks in there because we don't have security sometimes and they're short-handed.
They're sick.
And then sometimes they leave. So.
Well, there's a motion. Can you get a second?
A second.
Second by Fremont. Need a question? Martha? Voting on for the COVID trailers to specifically be used by tribal, by their community members only for quarantine isolation.
Yes.
All in favor?
1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
3.
Eileen?
Yes.
I have something to add on that after we get done with the vote.
Okay. Tennille?
Abstain.
Russell?
Oh,
Micah?
No.
Donna?
No.
Dwight?
oh,
Steve?
yes.
Lisa? Opposed?
2, 3, 4, 5.
Micah and who else was online that opposed?
Done.
Micah, Donna, Tennille, what was your vote?
Okay.
Abstain. So there's 2 there, so how many were? Again, raise your hand if you're opposed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 2 online that voted no. So that's 7. Not voting? So 5, 7? 15, 14, 15, 16, 4 not voting. Okay. So it's 5, 7,
I got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
7 that opposed?
No, 4.
4? How many opposed?
7.
So it's,
7, 7. That's 14, 15, 16.
okay, so I have to break the tie?
It'll be 3 not voting.
3 not voting, so I'll have to break the tie. I'm gonna say no. Okay.
Can I still say something?
Yeah, go ahead, Eileen.
I think that right now the other option is like a lot of these trailers aren't ready to be moved in, so they put members into the next communities, and that's the issue here. But where are we with that facility? Is it still Bishop Hare that is they're able to take up to that place since the trailers aren't ready?
I think they don't even use it anymore. I think they put some money into it, CARES money. I don't think we even put anybody up there anymore. I'll have to get a report, Eileen, on that, because I'm not sure. I'll have to get with Bob and call you and let you know what's going on with it, okay?
Okay, 'cause now we have.
Well, you know, it kind of fixed the problem that if somebody's needs to go into the next community, it's a go ahead. But we actually should have a facility ready because these trailers are not ready. And what if we have an outbreak and all the trailers that are ready are full? And it really shouldn't be Bishop Hare. I've been there before and I know how bad that place is. And so these are our membership that we're trying to accommodate because they're sick. And we should never put them in a place like that. So we should now look into a place to put them that will, at least they'll be, feel comfortable there, not at Bishop Hare. So I think we should, and maybe in our ARPA, I can bring that up, that we need to look for a place for, in case we really have an outbreak and these trailers are not available. Thank you.
Okay, Eileen, thank you. Any more community business? Yeah.
I got something to say. Such as we all are, we shouldn't judge other people for their afflictions. They drink, whatever. When we get Kuja, we're sick. COVID is terrible. It's killing people. If any of my family members get sick, I would like them to be placed somewhere and not judged that they're gonna party, that they're gonna break things. Well, we seem to throw Wola Kota around, but I don't think anyone really understands that concept and the full thought and philosophy of what goes with it. You know, we always have these values right here. The last one, Woksape, wisdom. You have to attain all the rest before you can even gather that. But here at this table, we're judge and jury. It's really sad. To my Oyate, forgive me for what this council does. When you're sick, I pray for you. I pray for your spirit to match up to your mental strength so that your immune system can stay strong to fight this virus. I'm proud to be Lakota, and in the next life, I'll be even more proud when I wake up as one. But I don't think anyone has the right to judge another person when they're Kuja, and I want that to be known. So thank you to the constituents and to the Ikancha for breaking that tie, because when our people are sick, they're sick. And I'm not going to deny anyone a place to isolate just because they're from Spring Creek or they're from Thunder. Bullshit, Chad. Thank you.
Communities.
Crazy.
Scott, I have a question.
Go ahead, Micah.
What are we doing with the MMIW trailer in St. Francis? Is that being utilized for anything? Last I noticed, it was boarded up, but could we use that too for isolation and quarantine?
There was some discussion with the health administrator about moving that under health administration, and it was, she did talk to Bob Oliver about the security and stuff, that the amount of money they're paying to rent Rosebud community is pretty high. She was gonna recommend that the security people start utilizing the MMIW trailer for that. So I'm supposed to talk to Bob Oliver about it, see if he was willing to do that. It would save a lot of money for other things as far as COVID. So, but that's what I know about it, Micah.
Okay. Is that a conversation you plan to have with Bob sooner rather than later?
Yes, I was supposed to do that yesterday, but I got too busy, so I just didn't get a chance to do it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anything
Scott?
else? Yeah, go ahead.
I have a comment. You said that the task force is going to be meeting early part of next week to determine what we should do for the future. I think that a lot of these discussions can be held at that time with the people. Like for example, you mentioned health admin. I heard some comments yesterday, but you know, we need to all be on the same page. And you know, you're going to talk to this person or that person. You know, I think we all need to be on the same page. So I would recommend that after we end our meeting today, that we recess until Tuesday to have this meeting so that we're all on the same page. And then we can have some of these discussions at that time. That's my 2 cents for now.
You want recess to and have a task force meeting with the council? Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes, I would think so.
Okay.
Because all these are in question, you know, like the trailers are in question. Where are we going to put our people? You know, is there room available somewhere else? Is the casino still open? You know, that kind of thing. We can have those discussions with the task force. You know, what I'm hearing from the task force is that, you know, they have recommendations, but basically they throw it back on council. And we have to determine, so we might as well all be on the same page. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Anything else for communities? Now we'll move on to Attorney General's, so he's working from home today. So we'll skip over him. Budget and Finance. Budget and Finance Committee. Is there any business for Budget and Finance resolutions?
I'm not sure. Lise, is there any resolution?
We haven't had a meeting last month, and I don't think there's any pending resolutions unless Kim has anything. I know the gaming office had some increases that needed to be approved and bill by Sandvin.
About this one from, by Buffalo Cast. The one for, I don't know, they came to Budget and Finance on 9/30/21.
Was it White Buffalo Calf on yesterday's council agenda?
Yeah, put it on the bottom. The agenda. I think that got tabled until they do a report.
I think that director's been trying to get on the floor for Budget and Finance Council and ARPA for a few months now.
Well, she was put on the agenda to give a report as requested from the council. And she was willing to do that, but we had to cancel our council meetings that day that she's supposed to be there. So we can always come back to her and bring her over.
Yeah, I think she had some issues with the MMIW shelter employees and funding.
They were to be moved to White Buffalo CAF, the funding and the staff for MMIW, and then that's when that trailer went to PMO under health admin, the MMIW trailer.
What's your?
Thank you. I had an addition to the agenda, and I think it's appropriate under the budget and finance report. I wanted to, because I feel like we're always in crisis mode and doing things like right before it's due, or after the fact, like these budgets. I want to make a motion that Tantra sends out a directive to all directors to submit their budgets for 2023 by April 2022. For those budgets to include a line item for health insurance, and for budget and finance to start reviewing those and get them prepared for council review by May of 2022, and for council to approve them by June 30th, 2022.
So the motion is for the directors to send out a memo, basically directing the programs to do their budgets, 2022, 2023 budgets for next year, to include their health insurance.
Yep.
Okay.
Just to have all budgets, because I want all budgets.
I think before you do that,
I have a comment.
you have to approve it. Which
guess-
Cali Insurance, risky business. Risky benefits. Anyway, we have to select one, and then we can direct these guys to do that, to include it in their budgets, but I think we have to deal with that first.
You don't think that we can just like pick a estimated number and put it in the budget so it could like kind of like over, they can eventually mod it out to different line items?
I'm just saying.
I have a comment.
Go ahead, Stephen, got the answer?
Yes, Chair, the plan for health insurance across the tribe needs to be approved by council before we can do that, because of the dollar amount and the amount of money we have to work with for said health insurance plan. I believe the plans are between 6 and 7 million for the tribe, if we were to go with either RST Benefits or Kelly Insurance. I know Kelly Insurance and RST Benefits have produced multiple plans for council to approve, which council still has not approved. But before we can have directors determine any dollar amount for health insurance, we need to know what health insurance plans they're going to be paying for.
What, Pat?
I guess thinking about Sherry's motion, I think there is time. She's not asking for that budget to be turned into budget and finance till April. It's January. The council, or who's gonna make the decision on the health insurance? Is it the council now?
Well, they're supposed to turn in their budgets right around June anyway. You know, that's all the programs' budgets are starting to be due in June and July and getting ready for October approval. But to include the insurance is a big thing that we need to add to those budgets. And I don't know if a lot of those out of general account can do that. So that's something that budget and finance has to to decide if they can pay that as insurance out of the general account or where it's gonna come from.
Can we refer Cher's motion to Budget and Finance for discussion?
I guess the intention of my motion is to set a timeline. So we're not approving budgets and that programs aren't running on 1/12 of a budget as soon as we hit the fiscal year. I think I can amend my motion to take out the include health insurance portion, so that way we can stick to that timeline. And then in the meantime, we can go forward and approve the health insurance, and that can be a addition to their budget. The way I'm thinking about this is it will give programs, budget and finance and council time to review these budgets and give them back to the directors and go back and forth and make any changes necessary. And then we can have them approved ahead of time. Trying to get us out of crisis mode, guys. So
I'll second your motion.
Okay, and I'll retract the health insurance portion, and we'll come back.
Question.
Okay, can we repeat the motion? We got a motion by Cher, a second by Micah. Question by Wayne, repeat the motion before you vote.
Motion by Sherry Wright Plank to have President Herman direct all directors to submit 2022-2023 budgets by April 2022. And Budget and Finance start reviewing May 2022 and submit to council on June 30th, 2022. Second by Micah, question by Wayne. All right?
All right.
Did the last part say it and have council finalize them by June?
I just put submit, but finalize.
Finalize. Yeah.
Okay, that's what's gonna go in the letter, so.
Submit and finalize,
Submit them by April and finalize them by June.
but budget and finance has to review them first, so they have to have everything submitted and finalized
By
to
May.
council
By
June.
Oh, by May.
Also, budget and finance has till May,
Yeah. Yeah.
that's not,
You don't think that's enough time?
so April is when the directors are gonna have their budgets turned in. Budget and finance has to be done reviewing and submitting for final approval or finalized by council by June, right?
Yes.
And the dates for like April, do you want me to put the like April 30th and then May 30th?
Yeah, that'll be good, and June 30th.
Well, technically, budget and finance could have until the mid-June. I mean, and then it could be at the end of the June calendar that we approve it on council level.
Right. And the budget hit council 3 times, and we've had 4 planning discussions regarding the budgets, and they just got approved today. The resolution was ratified. So also keep that in mind, Council Rep, that there were 7 planning and planning discussions regarding the budgets, and they've only been approved today. So I don't know that it's fully the directors and budget and finance holding up the approval of the budgets when council ultimately approves them.
Oh, yes, Treasurer, I wasn't, and that wasn't my intent. I know that the breakdown is here at council level.
Can I say something?
Okay, go ahead.
In the past, we used to do our budgets in June, turn them in by June, and August, they used to be reviewed. That kind of gave 2 months to get everything together. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm thinking that's what it was before. Kind of gave that time to get them, get everything together and approved by fiscal year, October.
Any more discussion? We're just doing it a little earlier this time. We're expecting the budgets earlier so we can plan for health insurance, right? That's basically what the purpose behind it.
Yeah.
Okay. No more discussion. If there's any more questions on it, we'll call for the question. Jordan, did you question that?
Wayne did.
Wayne did? Wayne? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Online, Eileen?
Yes.
Neil?
Yes.
Russell?
Oh,
Micah?
Yes.
Donna?
Yes.
Dwight?
Oh,
Stan? Wayne?
Wayne, yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Lisa? Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
3.
Motion carried. Okay, budget finance. Anything else for budget finance? We'll go down the list here. Community Presence Association. Economic Development Committee. It says 2 regular resolutions on our agenda. Is there any resolutions up there for Economic Development Committee?
There should be.
There should be.
Sig. There's 2 resolutions here. Economic development. Because I need you in here for this, huh? It's not fast, because I need you. Okay. All right.
Yes.
Motion to approve resolution 21-278.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to approve 2022, what's number?
2021-278.
278. Got a second by Ray. Go ahead and read the resolution.
Okay, whereas the Tribal Economic Development Committee has the authority and responsibility to review and recommend the Tribal Council approval of economic development plans and projects initiated for the benefit of the tribe, and whereas the Rosebud Sioux tribe has received an allocation of funds pursuant to the federal budgeting process each year, the needs of the tribe are more than the amount allocated each year. This has limited the services that we can provide for our tribal membership and the Rosebud Sioux tribe, and whereas the tribal membership has grown through the years and federal funding has not kept up with the growth of the Rosebud Sioux tribe, and whereas the pandemic, which has ravaged Indian country, has created many problems that the tribe is attempting to address, whereas Sioux Resource Development would like to recommend to the Department of Interior Bureau of Indian Affairs an increase of 100% in funding, which will help the tribe to provide much needed services for our tribal membership. And now therefore it be resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves and adopts the recommendation of the Tribal Economic Development Committee and authorizes Sioux Resource Development to prepare the appropriate correspondence to be submitted to the Secretary of the Department of Interior.
Any discussion? Need a question? Fremont, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Tennille,
Yes.
Russell,
Oh,
Donna,
Yes.
Dwight,
Oh,
Dan, Wayne,
yes.
Steve,
Yes.
Lisa,
Yes.
not voting,
Two opposed and two.
so what was it again?
1302.
1302, motion carried.
All right.
I'm trying to read this text.
No multitasking.
It's from a council person, so. Go ahead.
Motion to approve resolution 21-279.
Second by Ray. Go ahead.
Okay, this is a really long one. And I'm just gonna forewarn, we might get sent back to committee, but I wanna bring this up today. Whereas the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021, ARP, provides millions of funding nationally to assist tribes to address ongoing COVID-19 pandemic and its damaging health and economic impact in Indian country. Whereas the Sioux Resource Development received a Tribal Council directive in 2016 to develop plans for a Sioux Youth Center and meet the needs of tribal youth. And whereas the Sioux Resource Development has worked to facilitate tribal youth-led development plan in collaboration with existing tribal programs and entities who possess the resources necessary to provide a comprehensive service delivery plan to meet the most pressing needs of our youth residing on the Rosebud Indian Reservation, and to provide opportunities for youth to develop positive life skills, behaviors, and tools necessary for them to navigate and be successful in their roles as relative students, leaders, and community members. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux tribal leadership has reviewed the project plans, designs, and total and cost estimates for a 38,246 square foot, 2-story Sioux Youth Center construction project totaling in $17,957,084 to be located at Bristol Ranch. And whereas the construction of the Sioux Youth Center is necessary to improve youth access to essential services provided by key partners and stakeholders as referenced in the Sioux Resource Development Project proposal, and whereas the construction of the Sioux Lakota Youth Center creates a multitude of opportunities for the youth to engage in recreational, educational, leadership, cultural revitalization, and social activities. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council has a vested interest in ensuring its Wokainisha possess the means and resources necessary to achieve spiritual, mental, physical, and emotional health, in addition to having opportunities to engage in meaningful development activities aimed at strengthening and empowering its youth to become leaders of their families, communities, schools, and nations, ensuring the survival of the Sioux history, culture, language, and customs for generations to come. And therefore, it be resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe hereby approves the investment of $17,957,084 of its American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 fund to construct a 38,246 square foot, 2-story Sioux Lakota Youth Center at the site known as Bristol Ranch on the Rosebud Reservation. And be it further resolved that the Sioux Resource Development Youth Program and the Sioux Youth Council will develop a 501c3 nonprofit Sioux Youth Foundation to facilitate fundraising efforts to drive the completion of the Sioux Youth Complex in its entirety and future youth projects and activities. And be it further resolved that upon authorization of this resolution, Sioux Resource Development will immediately begin to develop a staffing plan and formal binding memoranda of agreements, MOAs, with key partners and stakeholders as described in the project proposal presented to Council on July 30th, 2021. And therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby authorizes the president the tribal president or the designated official to sign and execute all applications and documents thereof.
Okay, start. Go ahead, Pam.
I guess my first question is, why hasn't this gone through the ARPA committee? Why wasn't it forwarded on for discussion? And my second thing is there going to be room for this, being that the Bristol Ranch area is where the council had approved prior to have, I believe it's either the detox or the meth unit put out there also. And I know that there's certain areas of that place that needs, that is squared off for the youth out there, but those are my two questions, I guess.
I think it's been presented quite a few times at council as far as approving it. You know, there's been a few presentations. I think it was probably talked about a little bit in ARPA committee, along with the CARES, when it was CARES. So I think they're just trying to keep it going as far as discussion and not let it die. So it's back here for discussion again, so.
And I would like to see the money allocated with all of the spending that's been happening. I don't want our youth to be left out. If you're worried about the location, I can strike the location from the resolution and say at a location to be determined. If that would please Councilwoman.
I'm not quite sure what the facilities that they're gonna make. I think they were gonna be put up there by the health admin anyway, aren't they? I think that's, yeah, detox, and I think that's what their plans were, to put them up there.
They were trying to put that detox up there, but there's no room or something. I can't remember, but it was already discussed, and we did already pass the resolution regarding it. I believe it was maybe our December or November meeting, we passed a resolution allowing health admin to seek that site out to Bristol. And then to the right of where the walking shield, what are they? Remember where motor fuel uses them for offices? Then I know to the right there, remember there was there's like a red gravel pit or something that sits there between Game Fish and Parks and these buildings. There's a little gravel pit thing that sits there for motor fuel, but that's another thing that motor fuel is looking into, is trying to utilize that section for their building. So, I mean, we're running out of a lot of space, and I'm for this. One of the things also is that we had talked about putting this youth center up here by the fairground. So I don't know whatever became of that idea neither, but I'm just kind of informing everyone of what has been transpiring too.
Mr. Chair. Thank you. I just really wanted to put an emphasis on this because I would like to remind you of the young man that came up before us and explained his situation and, you know, what he was dealing with. And, you know, that was just one child. I really hope that we can at least allocate this, because this is investing in our future. This is thinking of our future generations, and we need to really live by that and uphold our Constitution.
More comments, questions?
Question.
Jordan, call for the question.
A question is but she is striking the location then,
Yeah,
right?
striking the, Madam Secretary, would you, in the 8th whereas, would you strike the location?
Add South Antelope on it.
What works?
Okay, let's vote. All in favor?
1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6.
Eileen,
Yes.
Neil,
Yes.
Russell,
Abstain.
Donna,
Yes. Two strike
Dwight,
has room.
Dwight,
Oh.
Dan,
Oh.
Wayne,
Wayne, yes.
Micah,
Yes.
Steve,
Yes.
Lisa, opposed, not voting. 4. Motion carried.
Lisa. Not voting. I think there needs to be something in that plan to include the youth of the Easter eggs too.
What was the count again?
1304.
1304, so motion carried, so we'll get that over to the ARPA office, make sure that they allocate that much amount for these facilities.
Thank you, council. Who second that? Great.
Okay, we've got, economic development. We have education committee. Anything from education?
Hi, I had a question for Economic Development Committee.
Go ahead,
Once,
Russell.
once we build this teen center or youth center, how are we gonna deal with the operation and maintenance of it? What's the plan?
Thank you, Councilman Eaglebear. The plan is to develop a 501c3, and there are several potential funders and donors. And the plan is to utilize the 501c3 to continue to support the youth center, and not just the youth center, but all the other complexities involved, like transportation, which addresses Councilwoman Whitepipe's concern as well, because we don't want to forget about the outlying communities. So a transportation plan is being developed as well.
Can I say something also?
Donna? Eileen, go ahead.
On this center, so we're looking at the outlying communities not being able to go there, not being utilized by them. What do we have in place for them? Because this transportation thing isn't going to work, because some people aren't going to want to send their kids right now. There's a lot of bullying, and how can you say that won't happen? It's going to happen, and the kids aren't going to want to go, and it's going to sit, and we're going to make it into something else down the road. And so what do we have for the outlying communities? We need to discuss that, because every community should have something also. So I think in ARPA, when that comes up, something needs to be brought up there also, because the outlying communities won't utilize this, especially but way up to east. How can transportation go out there, pick them up and take them back 2 hours later? No one's going to want to send their kids 2 hours away. We got to really think this through and see that there's other options for other communities. So I just wanted to say that.
I agree with Eileen. I know when they had the Winter Wonderland and the Youth Day, there was transportation provided, but parents in my community don't want to put their kids on a bus and don't know if they're being supervised or not, and be in Rosebud for the whole day and then come home late at night. So I just think that there needs to be maybe a center out this way, centralized, that can be used for youth out this way. And I just don't think the transportation would work either, because I know parents won't want to be sending their kids off for the day.
Thank you, Councilwoman. You know, with all due respect, out to the east area, I believe Winter has a swimming pool and more resources than we do here. And a majority of our population of the Rosebud Reservation is Antelope, Rosebud, St. Francis, Parmalee area, which would all be 15 minutes from the facility. Also, just to ensure council, the tribal council, there is going to be a plan implemented to do outreach in individual communities, or for the individual communities for additional youth activities. I also don't want outer line communities to feel left out, because we all have youth money at the community level as well. And I think this is just a start of something good for our youth, and that can be expanded. And all of your concerns and comments, I will take them back to committee, and I will share them with SRM Director Ledoux and let him and his staff know what the concerns are, and to make sure to implement a plan so that nobody feels left out. Thank you.
Can I say something also?
But
So these areas that are talked about the pools and activities for Norris area, Parmalee, Hedog, they don't have no swimming pools. They won't go. It's getting 15 minutes from Parmalee, but what about River area, Norris area, Uppercut, further away also? I really would like to see every community have a facility and do something, because right now we have an open gym. That's all that's needed, because the kids will be there, because in Parmalee, cold as it is, they're out on that court, and I'm sure that's with every other community. So that, along with I don't know where we're going to get funding for, we look at 50313C, and that I don't know about even that sustaining, because we did things in the past and it wasn't there. We're going to put a lot of money into this building, and other communities are going to get left out because they won't send their kids, or the kids don't know, they don't want to go because of that. The new place, the bullying. That biggest thing is the bullying nowadays. So we really need to rethink this, look at it. Okay with this, bring it down some with the cost of it, but also put something for every community so they can utilize them places. This building sounds like a really good thing if the people will come, and it where it's at is really a secluded place also. If it was in a community, they could walk over there. That's not gonna happen. So it's kind of need to rethink this, and it's already voted on, it's already good, but I'm still going to voice my opinion about the other communities, that they should have something. Thank you.
I agree with Eileen. The east and the west communities always get left out.
Thank you. I feel like your concerns are all valid. It's just a matter of we're trying to get a safe place for our kids. And if you guys have access to Facebook and you're friends with a lot of kids on there, they voice their opinions about this time and time again. So I feel like we just have to give it a chance, and you have a plan in place, and we have to move forward. And if the plan doesn't work, then we'll continue to improve it, just like any other program. We have to move forward, and we have to figure out ways and things that work, and whenever they don't work, then we'll come back together and we'll provide support, so that way it will work and be successful. Thank you.
Can I say one more? Sorry, but the how the building the facility is, you're talking about a safe haven for them. Oh, wait, no, trying to lose you guys. We're talking about a safe haven for people, the kids, but what is PMO? How many kids do they have? We have a count. They have 1 to 4 in the last year, and we're going to put a big building out for them out there. We just haven't got PMO off the ground with getting anyone in there. Now we're going to have a big old nice building. Hey, that's really good. But the same situation, nobody wants to go out there because they're going to think that they're going to get taken away. Yet kids are still couch surfing still looking for somewhere to stay for the night. That's the issue here. Thank you.
Okay, are we done discussing? Okay, let's go on to education.
Chairman,
Yes, Donna.
Cindy was at the, one of our last council meetings and did a lot of resolutions, but one that we had to do again, or not do again, but to bring up was, for the infant and toddlers. So if I could make a motion for emergency legislation for the resolution. I don't know if everyone has it. We should have it on the table.
I'll look for you, Donna.
Donna, the secretary put all the resolutions beside the committees that they're supposed to be approved by are presented. I'm not sure if it's on the table or not. We don't have it with us.
Okay.
We maybe come back to that.
Yeah, we can do that. I'll email it out. Also, did the MOA come across your desk yet for the law enforcement and St. Francis Indian School?
I don't remember seeing it, Donna.
Do you have to sign it? That's, we're kind of needing that. They are the administration at the school as well as the students.
Okay.
One of the things, we haven't had any meetings in respects to our colleague, but Sherry was trying to put up some informal meetings and then those were canceled also. But I still, and I was gonna take it back to Education Committee, but we won't meet until February. But I still have the resolution that I need to visit with Lloyd Guy, excuse me, and see if we have to do any amendments for the charter to be given back to the parents and guardians. That's still on the table and it's being prolonged. And I'd like to do that. That was one of the wishes of the parents and guardians when it was during my election time. So
Has that went through the committee?
it went through the committee and then we go back to Lloyd Guy and then Lloyd's been out. So I guess I'll schedule with him and bring it back again, but that's something that's not finished yet. So one of the things that we need to either do or don't. So I guess that's all I have. If the resolution comes through or if you get copies of it, then I'll present it later if I can. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna. Enrollment committee, do you want to take a lunch and then if the enrollment committee could bring their enrollment stuff over? Who's on enrollment committee? Eileen, are you on enrollment?
She's our chair.
With the vice chair?
Dwight is vice.
Dwight? Did you guys have anything to present for enrollment? Okay, we'll go
Not
on.
sure. They were supposed to be working on some.
Okay.
I'll call over there.
Okay. You guys want to take a lunch break? 1 o'clock?
Not sure if I'm going to.
Okay. Let's take a lunch break and then we're halfway through our agenda, so maybe we'll get it done today.
Hey, Scott or Willie, can you guys give me a call? One of you?
Okay. We'll recess till 1 o'clock, lunch break.
Thank you.
I'll go call.
What car?
I'll just call. I got the number.
the enrollment committee said there's no business there. We have governmental affairs. Anybody from governmental affairs have any resolutions, motions, business? Okay, we'll go on to health board. 4 emergency legislation resolutions. Should be on the table.
Both sides. Who's hospital?
Yep.
Let me wet my whistle.
There should be like 10 of them. Yes.
Shame. Motion for emergency legislation?
Motion by Pam for emergency legislation. We need a number. 4?
2022-04.
04. Okay. Need a second by Chair. Question by Ray. All in favor, bring it on as emergency legislation.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Stan, emergency legislation? Micah?
Yes.
Eileen?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Opposed?
10, 0.
Not voting? Motion to approve? Pam, motion to approve?
Motion to approve resolution 22-004.
Need a second? Jordan?
I will start with the fifth whereas. Whereas the Indian Health Service received funding through the American Rescue Plan to support behavioral health and substance abuse services. Whereas the IHS has made these funds available to tribes through several announced grant opportunities. Whereas one of the grant opportunities is the Substance Abuse Prevention, Treatment, and Aftercare Grant. Whereas the purpose of the SAPTA grant opportunity is to A, improve care coordination for substance abuse patients, B, expand behavioral health care services through the use of culturally appropriate evidence-based models, and C, develop or expand any generation indigenous initiative activities that target early intervention stages for youth at risk for substance abuse. Whereas the SAPTA grant has a project period of 5 years from April 2022 to April 2027 with a maximum grant request of $400,000 per year with applications due February 2nd, 2022. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Health Administration is preparing an application for the SAPTA grant intended to be used to A, improve care coordination between the Rosebud IHS Mental Health Clinic, Tribal Substance Abuse and Behavioral Health Programs, the Adult Corrections and Juvenile Detention Facilities. Develop a model of care for behavioral health services that is driven by local values, and C, increase engagement with programs to promote investment and engagement of youth in behavioral health. Whereas in combination, these activities are intended to improve the quality and access to substance abuse and behavioral health services and to drive down the rates of substance abuse disorder and substance-related complications. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approve the Health Administration's application to the Indian Health Service Substance Abuse Prevention, Treatment, and Aftercare Grant for a total project period of 5 years and a maximum annual budget of $400,000.
Discussion. Any questions? Ray, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Eileen? Stan? Micah?
Yes.
Donna?
Yes.
Tennille?
Yes.
Steve?
Yeah. 13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried.
1201.
Stanley says yeah.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, you just can't hear him, it's so low.
So 1300.
Yep.
Okay, next one.
Next resolution. Come on, Sarge. Get with it.
He ate now, so he's slowing down.
Sorry, we're going slow.
Fed him too much. Honest John.
From Honest John?
Yeah.
Wasn't pizza this time, so we're a little bit disappointed. Very nothing Jamaica.
Well, I'll tell you what, that keto pizza.
Keto pizza's good.
I'll have it for you too.
Motion for emergency legislation?
Motion by Pam, second by Cher. Number is 05. Need a question? Ray, all in favor, bring it on as emergency?
Thank you.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Eileen? Stan? Micah?
Yes.
Donna?
Yes.
Tennille?
Yes.
Wayne?
Abstain, please.
Steve?
Yeah. 13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve resolution 2022-005.
Need a second? Jordan?
I'll start with the seventh whereas.
Yeah. Whereas pursuant to RST Resolution Number 2019-142, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Health Administration was awarded the Garrett Lee Smith State/Tribal Youth Suicide Prevention Grant from the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration with a project period of 5 years and accepted by the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council. Whereas pursuant to RST Resolution Number 2019-142, the Health Administration was designated with the role of administering the grant. Whereas the purpose of the grant is to support the states and the tribes with implementing youth and veteran suicide prevention and early intervention strategies in schools, educational institute, justice system, substance abuse programs, mental health, or there's 2 mental health, strike one of those mental health programs, foster care systems, and other youth servicing or veteran servicing organizations. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Health Administration has recommended the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council authorize modification of the Grant Advisory Board role and purpose. Whereas the recommended modifications include limiting the scope of authority for the advisory board to a strict advisory role with no authority over employee or personnel actions or recommendations, designated the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Health Director as the individual with authority and responsibility to appoint or dismiss board members, and clarifying the purpose of advisory board to providing non-binding advice on program strategy and sustainability. Whereas all modifications must continue to comply with the RST personnel policies and procedures manual. Whereas these modifications make no changes to the grant budget or project work plan. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves modification of the advisory board role and purpose of the Garrett Lee Smith State/Tribal Youth Suicide Prevention Grant.
Question.
Need a question? Fremont? All in favor of approving 2022-05?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Eileen? Stan? Micah? Donna?
Yes.
Tennille? Wayne?
Yes.
Steve?
Yeah.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
2.
Motion carried.
12.
Motion for emergency legislation.
6, need a second. Short. Question by Chair. All in favor, bring it on as emergency.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Eileen? Stan?
Oh.
Micah?
Wayne, yes.
Donna?
Yes.
Neil?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
Motion to approve resolution 2022-006.
Need a second. Ray?
I will start with whereas the Health Resources and Services Administration has announced a Family-to-Family Health Information Center competitive grant available as funding opportunity. Whereas the grant program is intended to support children and youth with special healthcare needs through developing family-to-family health information centers. Whereas CYSHCN are defined the HRSA Maternal and Child Health Bureau as those who have or are at increased risk for a chronic physical, developmental, behavioral, or emotional condition and who also require health and related services of a type or amount beyond that required by children generally. Whereas the family-to-family health information centers are intended to be staffed by parents or caregivers of CYSHCN in roles that provide family-friendly support, education, and advocacy for other families with CYSHCN. Whereas up to 3 applicants that service American Indians, Alaskan Natives will be selected to be funded through this program. Whereas the period of performance for this grant is June 1st, 2022 through May 31st, 2027, with an annual budget of $96,750, with a total budget up to $483,750. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Administration is preparing an application for HRSA 22069 with technical assistance from the Massachusetts General Hospital Physician Group Partners. Whereas the application will consist of a full-time position for a family-to-family health educator and advocate to develop and run program operations, including community-based health education sessions, family outreach, school outreach, and healthcare navigation for CYSHCN. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Health Administration's application for the Family-to-Family Health Information Center grant for a project period of June 1, 2022 through May 31st, 2025, with an annual budget up to $96,750, total budget up to $483,750.
Discussion. Question by Sheriff. All in favor approving?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Eileen? Stan? Donna?
Yes.
Tennille?
Yes.
Wayne?
Yes.
Russell?
I missed the motion, so
Okay.
not voting.
Okay. Dwight? Steve?
Yes.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
4.
Motion carried.
10-0-4 or is it
11-0-4.
One more, Pam.
Emergency was 12-0-2. Motion for emergency legislation for 2022-007.
Okay, second, Ray. Question by Jordan. All in favor, emergency legislation?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Eileen?
Yes.
Dan? Donna?
Yes.
Neil?
Yes.
Wayne?
Yes.
Russell?
Oh,
Dwight?
Oh.
Steve?
yes.
14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion to approve resolution 2022-007.
Second by Ray. Go ahead.
Start with the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th whereas. Whereas Rosebud Sioux Tribe Health Administration would like to contract with Tri-City Sign Company, Grand Island, Nebraska for the provision of an outdoor electronic message unit sign. Whereas the sign will be installed in Rosebud and used to display public health updates on COVID-19, including information on vaccines, testing, and treatment. Whereas the sign shall be used for general public health awareness after the COVID-19 public health emergency has been declared over. Whereas the proposed contract for an outdoor electronic message unit sign is quoted at $29,000. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves a contract between the Health Administration and Tri-City Sign Company for provision of a $29,000 outdoor electronic message unit sign to be used for COVID-19 public awareness and public health.
Discussion. Yeah. You gotta take out the fourth whereas and then go through budget and finance, so I'll take that out.
As amended.
Any discussion? Ray?
I guess I'm just wondering where at in Rosebud it will be installed at the health admin or here at the tribal building?
Hi, Ray. This is Lisa. There was a discussion on putting it over, like maybe coming up Rosebud Hill or up on the fairgrounds. It's going to be a pretty big signage, and we can use it after the pandemic to announce other events. So.
Any more questions? Need the question. Sheriff? All in favor of approving?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Eileen? Stan? Donna?
Yes.
Tennille?
Yes.
Wayne?
Yes.
Russell?
No, I'd rather have it used for the radio stations.
Yeah, okay. Dwight?
Al?
Micah?
Yes.
Steve?
Yeah.
Lisa.
Lisa?
Approve. 16.
Opposed? Russell said no. What's he pull?
16.
Not voting? Motion carried. Okay, that's all for the health board. Is there one more?
This time you don't get to eat.
I'm not eating next time, sorry guys.
Treasurer's office?
No, this is still 808, huh?
Motion for emergency legislation for 22-008.
Need a second?
Second.
Chair, question? Jordan, all in favor, emergency legislation?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Lisa?
Yes.
Eileen?
Yes.
Dan? Donna?
Yes.
Neil?
Yes.
Wayne?
Yes.
Russell?
Oh,
Dwight?
Oh,
Micah?
Yes.
Steve?
yes.
17.
Opposed? 0. Not voting? 0.
Motion to approve 2022-008.
Need a second? Jordan?
I will start at the 2, 3, 4, 5th whereas. Whereas the RST ordinance number 94-125 established the Rosebud Sioux Tribe procurement policies and procedures for the acquisition of goods and services by departments and programs of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. Whereas the RST procurement policies and procedures requires a bidding process and approval by the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council for the acquisition of goods and services in the amount of $10,000 and over. Whereas Rosebud Sioux Tribe Health Administration requests the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council to approve the purchase of a truck from Frontier Motors on a sole source basis in the amount of $42,197 from the Thomas Haas Foundation monies. The truck will pull a mobile clinic to the RST communities for on-site clinics.
Any discussion?
I have a question.
Sure.
Thank you. Does it have all the necessary, like, hookups for pulling the trailer?
Yep.
Greg?
I have another question. We have bought a lot of vehicles with the CARES funding when it came out. Is there not a vehicle available to assist with pulling the mobile unit to the community?
Well, this Thomas Haas Foundation, I don't know how you say the last name, but they're in their grant monies that was given, that's one of the things that they're allowed to use that grant monies for, is to purchase this, to do that. So that's why they're using this money for it.
More discussion? What year is it, do you know? It's pretty new, not brand new, but.
Then it'd probably be about 80.
Yeah. Must be about a 2018.
Good engine running.
No.
Get a question. Jordan, all in favor?
She's like,
Share a question. All in favor?
Over here.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Online, Eileen?
Yes.
Lisa,
Yes.
Dan,
Oh.
Donna,
Yes.
Neil,
Yes.
Wayne,
Yes.
Russell,
How?
Dwight,
Oh.
Micah,
Yes.
Steve.
Yes.
Steve. 16. Opposed? 1. Not voting? 0. Motion carried.
Motion for emergency legislation for 2022-009.
Motion for emergency legislation. In second. Ray, question by Jordan. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Online, Eileen, emergency legislation? Dan?
Oh.
Lisa? Lisa?
Yes.
Donna?
Yes.
Neil?
Yes.
Wayne?
Yes.
Russell?
Oh.
Dwight?
Oh.
Micah?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion to approve.
1601. Motion to approve 22-009.
Need a second. Jordan?
Start with the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Whereas the RST procurement policies and procedures requires a bidding process and approval by the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council for the acquisition of goods and services in the amount of $10,000 and over. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Petroleum Wakon Health and Healing Center requests the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approve the selection of a quote from Marco, the purchase price of $8,720.28, an annual maintenance quote which includes parts, service, and supplies except paper and staples for $1,830 a year on a sole source basis due to the expedite delivery, immediate availability, and urgent need for a copier and printer to promote the program.
Discussion. Sure.
So with it being sole source, then they didn't follow the procurement and get 3 quotes?
I think they did the 3 quotes, but there was no, they didn't get nothing back in the timely manner, plus the, being able, that it's on hand.
They did the quotes, but they were the only ones that turned one in.
Thank you.
Any more discussion? Any question? Fremont? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Lisa?
Lisa, yes.
Eileen?
How much years is it?
Dan?
How much years is the agreement for?
Donna?
Yes.
Neil?
Yes.
Wayne?
Yes.
Russell?
Oh.
Dwight?
Oh.
Micah?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Opposed?
0.
Motion for emergency legislation for 2022-10.
Right now, emergency legislation. Need a second, Ray. Question by Chair. All in favor, bring it on as emergency?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Lisa?
Yes.
Eileen? Dan?
Oh.
Donna?
Yes.
Neil?
Yes.
Wayne?
Yep.
Russell?
Oh, yes.
Micah?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Opposed? Not voting?
Dwight, yes.
17-0.
What was it?
17-0-0.
Motion to approve resolution 2210.
Motion to approve, need a second, Ray.
So if I'm gonna do the strike, do I do it before I read?
Yeah, I can just try for it.
I'll strike the fourth whereas, we're going through the budget and finance. Let's start with the 1, 2, 3, fourth whereas the PR money OTP Youth Homeless Shelter has developed a fiscal year 2022 budget with a total of $460,971. As the PMO FY 2022 budget is requesting use of ARPA Rescue Plan Act allocations to fund the budget, whereas the PMO shelter program meets the ARPA statutory requirements by A, promoting healthy childhood environment, B, investing in housing and neighborhood. Therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Tribal Council approves the fiscal year 2022 PR money OTP budget to be funded through the American Rescue Plan funds in the total amount of $460,971.
Question?
I have a question. For employee recognition line item is $11,940. Why does it need to be so large?
So what?
Employee recognition line item in the budget, 11,000. How many employees do they have at CMO?
I believe what did they tell us? There was 9 employees.
Did this go to the ARPA committee? Emergency register.
Yeah, it did. It did, and,
If there's 9, it'd be 6, yeah. That's my only question.
Any more discussion? Any question?
Question.
Question?
Lisa, I'll question.
Lisa? All in favor of approving 2022-10?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Lisa? Approving? Eileen?
Yes.
Dan? Donna?
Yes.
Neil?
Abstain.
Wayne?
Yes.
Russell?
Oh,
Micah?
Abstain.
Steve?
yes.
Not voting? 3. Not voting. 4. We're not voting. 12-0-4. Motion carried.
Motion for emergency legislation for 2022-11.
Second, Ray, question by Chair. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Eileen?
Yes.
Lisa?
Yes.
Dan?
Oh.
Donna?
Yes.
Tennille?
Yes.
Wayne?
Yes.
Russell?
Oh,
Micah?
Yes.
Steve?
yes.
Opposed? Not voting?
16.
Motion done. Approve.
16.
1601 for this legislation.
1600.
01.
01. Motion to approve resolution 2211.
Motion by Pam, second by Ray. Go ahead.
Strike the fourth whereas. I'll start with the next whereas. Whereas Rosebud Sioux Tribe, Wachoni Wakan Health and Healing Center would like to contract with Julie Cahill to provide services for our relatives. Whereas the contractor will work with the children and their families and veterans to provide support for suicidal ideation and other mental health concerns. Whereas the contractor will be paid as follows: $20,000 for January 1, 2022 to July 30th, 2022, and $40,000 yearly for the remainder of the grant period, which includes years 4 and 5, which ends June 30th, 2024. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves the contract between Wachoni Wakan Health and Healing Center and Julia Cahill to provide services for our relatives.
Discussion? Any questions? Sure. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Line, Lisa?
Yes.
Eileen? Stan? Donna?
Yes.
Tennille?
No.
Wayne?
Abstain.
Russell?
Oh,
Micah?
Yes.
Steve?
yes.
Opposed? Not voting? Motion carried.
Now you got for 15. Are you guys keeping track?
Eileen's not, Eileen didn't vote. Yeah.
Eileen didn't vote and Stan didn't vote, but your numbers are now 12-1-2. 12-1-3. 12-1-3. Motion for emergency legislation for 2212.
Legislation is second. Jordan, question by Sheriff. All in favor, bring it on as emergency.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Online, Lisa?
Yes.
Eileen?
Yes.
Stan? Donna?
Yes.
Tennille?
Yes.
Wayne? Russell? Micah?
Yes.
Steve?
Yeah.
Opposed? Not voting? Need a motion to approve?
Oh, motion to approve 2022 crop.
Need a second? Jordan?
Start with the fifth, whereas the National Indian Health Board's project first line has released a request
for applications for building capacity for tribal infection prevention and control due January 7th, 2022. Whereas the funding opportunity will be administered as a Centers for Disease Control sub-award through the National Indian Health Board in a total amount of $50,000 for each grantee with a project period of February 4th, 2022 through July 15th, 2022. Whereas the objectives of this funding opportunity are to, 1, implement a training and assistance program to raise capacity for infection control professionals. 2, develop materials to inform tribal health professionals about infection prevention and control. And 3, achieve certification Board of Infection Control certification for at least one individual at each grantee organization. Whereas the RST Health Administration is preparing an application for the sub-award to fund training, technical assistance, and certification for RST infection prevention control personnel. Whereas this award will help RST better combat the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic as well better prepare for future epidemics and pandemics. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves the RST Health Administration's application to the National Indian Health Board Project First Line Tribal Infection Prevention and Control Grant with a total budget of $50,000 and a project period from February 4th, 2022 through July 15th, 2022.
Discussion. Great.
Being that to be January 7th, that day, is it too late or did they apply anyway?
Please, did they go ahead and submit that?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Did they already submit for this infectious control grant that was due on January 7th? Did we just allow them to go ahead and put in for it?
Okay, Skyla said they already submitted it and they just needed that supporting resolution that they could get later, but they still have to turn that in.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
No question. Okay. Question by Ray. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Lisa? Approving?
Yes.
Eileen?
Yes.
Dan? Donna?
Yes.
Neil?
Yes.
Wayne?
Yes.
Russell?
Oh,
Micah?
Yes.
Steve?
yes.
Opposed? 0. Not voting? 1. So,
What was the number again? The worst number?
1501. That's it. That's the Board of Health Board. That was the last one. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Appreciate your support.
Okay, we're on Judiciary Committee. We have one that needs first reading, 15 required. We have that.
Not 16.
16? No, 16. We're at 16? Okay.
So does the 16 have to be?
All approving or is it?
14.
Don't mess with my question.
He's answering before you.
No, I'm asking if it needs 16 for us for the readings, is it gonna need 16 of us to vote yes?
That's probably something we need to hear again. It's always been
Just
16,
reading.
15, and there's always confusion. I can't remember.
The last time this one came on,
14 yeses.
14 yeses?
14 yes.
Okay, thank you, Wayne.
Thank you, Wayne. Crap.
They're the same thing.
What's that?
We did the same thing.
You're welcome.
Your hair out again?
No breaks today?
Start calling Fabio.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want one? Yeah, call the secretary. I need to go out next up again.
Was it the same?
Yeah, they were the same.
Need a motion to approve for first reading.
Yeah, motion to approve for first reading for 21-331.
Will that change? Will that change to 22, Secretary? Or it's already has a number, so, okay. Need a second. Jordan, go ahead.
Hi, I'll start from the fourth whereas. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Judiciary Committee has recommended the Rosebud Sioux Law and Order Title V be amended by addition of the following section to Title V, Chapter 46, Section 546.1, purpose, Section 546.2, severability, Section 546.3, definition, sorry guys, Section 546.4, human trafficking. And the following provision, the crime of human trafficking shall be a Class F crime, and therefore it be resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council adopts the amendment to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Law and Order Code by adopting ordinance 21. Mine, right here, mine says 02, but shouldn't it say 331?
Yeah.
Okay. Ordinance 21-331 by addition of the chapter 46, human trafficking.
Where do you get mixed up there, Cheryl? The resolution up with the ordinance and the resolution?
Yeah, that therefore it be it resolved, it says by adopting ordinance 2102. I don't know why it's handwritten in there. Shouldn't it say 331?
Because that's a resolution number.
This is approving resolution.
Okay.
No, it's an ordinance.
Adopt ordinance. We already adopted it, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so it's correct?
The ordinance number is going to be different from the resolution number.
Okay.
But it should, if this is the first reading, it should be 2022.
Okay. 01.
This is the first ordinance. It had a different number. This is the first ordinance of this year. So it'll be 2022-01.
We're just adding human trafficking onto chapter 46, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it would be last year's if this is the second reading, but if this is the first reading, it should be this year's.
It's 2022.
Yeah.
Okay.
The resolution or your ordinance?
The ordinance number, because it's the first ordinance of this year.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, by adopting ordinance 2022-01 by addition of chapter 46, human trafficking. And the following provision, the crime of human trafficking shall be a Class F crime, and be it further resolved that the effective date of the amendments to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Law and Order Code shall be upon the final approval of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. I know we went through all of this before. Do we need to go through it again, or?
Just the resolutions. Do you want to just do 546-4 and read it into for the record? Human trafficking?
Yes. Okay. Any person commits the offense of human trafficking if he or she knowingly, 1, recruits, solicits, entices, transports, or obtains by any means another person with the intent or knowledge that force, fraud, or coercion will be used to subject the person to labor, services, or commercial sexual activity. 2, recruits, solicits, entices, transports, or obtains by any means a person under the age of 18 years old with the intent or knowledge that the minor person will be caused to engage in commercial sexual activity. 3, benefits financially by receiving anything in value from participation other than as a victim of sex trafficking in a venture, knowing that the venture has engaged or will engage in sex trafficking. The crime of human trafficking shall be a Class F crime.
Any discussion? 14 to say yes, according to Wayne. First reading. Oh,
There's no question, I'll question.
okay, Pam calls for the question. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Lisa?
Lisa, yes.
Eileen?
Yes.
Stan? Donna?
Yes.
Tennille?
Yes.
Wayne?
Yes.
Russell? Micah?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
15.
15?
14.
We don't have 14?
15.
15.
That's why your sergeant should count out loud on how many, so even if they say yes up there, he should still say 5.
Oh, yeah, be 1501.
15.
1501?
Yeah,
Should we,
because she's not here.
not
So I
here?
keep a tally on mine right here,
Okay.
so. when
I
they
think
vote.
Fremont's point was that it would feel better if we had 16 votes, yes, right? Is that what you're saying? So 1501, motion carried, I guess. So first reading is good?
First
30.
reading's good. When do we set up the first public hearing? How does that process work?
I'm not sure how that, what were you doing with decriminalizing the marijuana? Is that what we had to do, the first reading, the second reading, then we set up the hearings, is that correct? No?
First reading, I think it's 30 days after the first reading that they have to set up the hearing. And then another 30 days, and then the second reading.
Okay,
And
all right,
call Eric in for clarification.
okay,
Call Eric in.
all right. All right. Sarge, can you get Eric?
No sitting
Like
down,
radar,
gotta
radar,
stand
you
up.
know what I'm
Yeah.
thinking.
You're a young buck.
Oh, voting is.
Looks like you refilled them or something. No, I'm just
I know.
kidding. I think we have clarification on that, and we'll have, I don't think there's any more judiciary committee resolutions besides that. It's coming? Okay.
Maybe just have those 2 resolutions on the bottom and then.
Okay. Turn that music back on, Cher. It's too quiet. Okay, while we're waiting, we can go on to land and natural. Is there any land and natural business? Any resolutions? Motions? Russell?
I don't have any. We missed our last 2 land and natural. Or this last time, and then I believe Monday's a holiday too. I'm not too sure, but we had our scheduled meeting for Monday. Well, I don't have anything.
Okay, thank you. Personnel Committee.
We don't have anything at this time.
Social Service Committee.
We haven't been able to meet. There was either meetings or closings or something, so we just haven't met.
SWA reps. Is there anything from SWA that you need to report?
No, I don't think we had anything. This is regular. No, nothing.
Sherman, did we get any names for that large? No.
So we're still just with what, 3?
We had a clarification question, Eric, that resolution that we just passed for the ordinance for human trafficking, to add that into our order code. What is the time frame afterwards? Is that what after the first reading, is it, after the first reading, can we set up a public hearing, or is it after the second reading?
Give me a second, I can look at it.
Okay. Transportation Committee.
We haven't been able to meet. Either we get called off or things get called off. Or so our committee hasn't gotten to meet.
Pepro, go ahead, Chair.
Oh, I do have a question though. I do know that, a while back during the last administration, there was questions regarding, Rosebud concrete. I remember I had asked before, I think about 4 months ago, I had asked what did we decide on allowing, Rosebud concrete to do some of the work around here, because I do know that there's remember that one bridge that the price kept going higher and higher, but we never made a decision. We wanted, I think her name was Marilyn, to come down, but instead she sent
Foreman.
Rich.
Yeah, Foreman.
I thought we hashed it out with them because we approved a resolution for construction at Head Start, remember, Jim?
I think the discussion was we really wanted the owner down here. Rich Lauber came down here and talked to the council. I think that soon after that it was that consensus that we could start using them again. We didn't really have any other concrete people that can do the work that we needed to do, so we just started approving them again. I think resolutions have been already approved using them, so they've already set precedents as far as using the concrete again.
Okay, so if that's the case, then there was a contract that was given to the prior chairman to sign off on regarding some, what was it now? But remember, that's when all this conversation happened, and anyway, so that contract was sitting inside the president's office waiting for signature. So I don't know if I need to bring a resolution back again, or if they have to rewrite a resolution or what, but the prior chairman didn't want to sign that contract until the council had made a decision. But if we had approved resolutions using them, then I guess, is that the council's approval of using them?
Well, council approves resolutions, okay?
I mean, but what I'm saying is, did we make a motion to approve to use them? All we did was pass a resolution utilizing them, but that was because Head Start had stated that they had already started using them. They were already laying concrete, so that's why we went ahead with using them. But that's where I'm like all concerned about, because that contract was for, I need to have to look in my emails. That contract was for something. think it was the old Hollowwood Bridge. Yeah, it was advertised 4 times because the prior chairman didn't want to sign the contract after tribal council approved it. Because it was already passed by resolution to allow Rosebud Concrete to do that. And he didn't want to sign it, and then it came out here on the floor as far as why we didn't want to utilize Rosebud Concrete. And it all had to do with the pipeline, but then at the same time, I don't know.
You want me to do some research?
Huh?
Want me to do some research to see if that?
Yeah, could you that? Okay, so then there's gonna be that. And then there's gonna be the proposal for the PS&E design and engineering for BIA 1, the Kilgore Road. There's that one. That one there, we just need to make a motion to approve the proposal from KLJ. And that, with recommendation to council for final acceptance. Yeah, so I guess I'll make a motion to approve the design and engineering plan proposal from KLJ for the Kilgore Road.
Okay. Ray, okay, there's a motion to approve the KLJ proposal for the Kilgore Road.
Yep.
Okay.
Like you made that up.
Well, I'm reading my email here.
Question by Sheriff. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Online, Lisa?
Yes.
Eileen?
Yes.
Stan? Donna?
Yes.
Neil?
Yes.
Wayne, yes.
Russell?
Oh.
Micah?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Opposed? Not voting? One. Motion carried.
Can we get it up again because in that research, we need to know what's gonna happen because they did a request for bids on the Valandra Bridge for rehabilitation. And Rosebud Concrete was the only one that put in again.
Just need to know where those projects are, if there's just.
No, what I wanna know is, are we gonna utilize Rosebud Concrete or not?
We have no choice.
That's what it sounds like, but I
I
don't
think
know, I
they've
guess all
been
the
using them, so they
discussions
should
kind
honor
of.
those contracts they would have had with fixing those bridges, so I guess the only way I can find out is if I call map 21 or see if they allowed them to work on there, or is that who I call?
No, okay, so let's go back to Old Hollowwood Bridge. That bridge there, the contract was with the prior chairman. It's already down here somewhere, I don't know where it's at, but it's down here, it needs a signature, it needs to be approved because council already approved it. But the chairman didn't want to sign it because of Rosebud Concrete being affiliated with the KXL pipeline or driving and all that. That's when we had Marilyn come down here. Rich said he would have her come down here. She never showed because if you guys remember, we had asked that she be here to do the apology herself instead of sending a letter. That's what we wanted. And so Rich said he apologized and that he was gonna go back and have Marilyn come to the meeting herself. And that hasn't happened. So what I wanna know is, Since she hasn't come, is council going to approve for you to sign that contract for Old Hollywood Bridge?
That's what I'm saying, I don't, maybe it's already been signed, I need to, who keeps track of the projects?
Well, see,
That's why I need to ask, so.
Well, you probably have to ask the prior chairman because he was the last one that had the contract.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Janelle.
Thank you. I understand the issues with Rosebud Concrete, but I feel like this is putting people's lives at risk. And I really feel like we should just move forward and get it done.
Okay, so if everybody's in that consensus, then I'll make the motion to allow for the chairman to go ahead and sign the contract between Rosebud Concrete and for the Old Hollywood Bridge. Tina, it's just a tongue twister or something.
You say that again, please? I thought you were saying Hollywood Bridge.
That's how I was trying to say.
All right, there's a motion on the floor, need a second.
Second.
Chair. Question by Ray.
No question. Oh.
All in favor?
One, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Eileen?
Yes.
Stanley?
Oh.
Donna?
Yes.
Janelle?
Yes.
Wayne?
Yes.
Russell? Micah?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Opposed? Not voting?
Russell, opposed.
Okay. Two. Not voting? 2. What's that?
What's the first number?
13, the 12, 2. Go ahead, Vanessa.
The reason why I oppose is because the last time we heard that she was to come here and speak for herself, and that's the reason why I oppose.
All right, any more?
Okay, so the next thing is, we're still on transportation? I think, I can have, is it okay for them to go ahead and draft a resolution on that sole source? I mean, not sole source, but the only bid that was received for Balandra Bridge rehabilitation. Is it okay for them to go ahead and draft that resolution for council for approval? Or do we want them to re-advertise?
That's a question you would ask your committee, right?
Well, Fremont and Ray are in here. I just want to know because, you know, it's time sensitive. Concrete is going up because we don't have enough concrete in the world, whatever they use to make it. We don't have enough of that. That's going up. Propane's going up. Everything's going up because of the shortage.
Now that we approve them to use them again, I'm sure there's not a problem having them draft a proposal.
Draft the resolution?
The resolution, yeah.
Okay, so can we, through council, just go ahead and, can I go ahead and make a motion to approve the bid to Rosebud Concrete?
No, I would bring that back in resolution form.
Bring it back in resolution? Okay. All right, thank you. I think that's all that I need to do for transportation.
Okay. Jeff Rowe. Oh, sorry, Sheriff. You have a transportation question?
Yes, I did. Pam, would you please inform us about the changes in names for the transportation department and map 21?
Oh, the ones we passed? If you guys remember, we passed, some resolutions changing the name of map 21 to Transportation Department. And then we changed the name of our Transportation Department up here on the hill, which is under John Charles. That got changed to Transit Program, not Transportation, Transit. So we no longer call it RST map 21, it's now called RST Transportation. And our actual transportation department is now called RST Transit Program. Yep.
Tech roll. Anybody from tech roll? Did you get that clarification for us, Eric?
Sure. Good afternoon, council. Let me go through the ordinances that would apply to this question. First one is the legislative procedure, ordinance number 8608, section 202, public hearings. Each committee of the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council shall have at least one public hearing prior to subsection 103A on ordinances affecting residents within the exterior boundaries of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. In Chapter 3, amendments to the Law and Order Code, Section 4-3-6, publication and effective date of ordinances. Following the second reading of the adoption of the ordinance under this chapter, Secretary of the Tribal Council shall, within 10 days thereafter, cause such ordinance to be published in a newspaper designated by the Tribal Council for that purpose. Tribal Secretary shall also, within the same 10-day period, submit the ordinance to the agency superintendent pursuant to the Tribal Constitution. If BIA approval is required, etc. Approval is not required. The ordinance shall become effective 10 days after the publication. Getting back to the public hearings section, the purpose of the public hearing is to provide the public notice that you've amended the tribal code, in this case the Law and Order Code, to create a public offense, human trafficking, which is not previously defined as a crime. So the purpose of the public hearing is to give public notice of that. You should probably have it between the time of, if you give it the second reading, then that means that it's ready to go into effect, then that'd probably be the more appropriate time to provide notice to the public that this is a crime and this is a definition prior to its going into effect. So you could do that up until the time that it goes into effect.
So it's after the first reading, we can set the public hearing, that's the question.
Well, if you do it after the first reading, if it's changed or modified during the second reading, then it'll go back to the first reading. So yeah, at some point you do have to provide notice to the public. Let's say, for example, at the public hearing, you decide you want an amendment, then you could always do that prior to the second reading. But the way the ordinance, the legislative procedure ordinance reads, it'll be the committee that recommended passage, which would be judiciary, that has the public. Does that make sense?
Judiciary would go ahead and they can set one up now if they want to, but if they make any changes, it reverts back to the first reading.
Well, that would be a question for the committee when you want to set up the public hearing.
Okay, Tribal Utilities Commission. Veterans Affairs. On the bottom, we have other resolutions. We have one White Buffalo Capital Society emergency legislation and one regular.
Didn't we add IT to the regular agenda?
IT was supposed to come over and report. I didn't get him over here. Do you still want him to come over and report? What's that?
You also have health insurance down too.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier. I think that she was going to bring that up, right? Health insurance?
Yeah.
We already talked about that earlier.
Do you want to bring it back up?
Yeah, I wanted to bring it back up.
Okay.
Earlier I just talked about the budget.
Is Tanya Claremont in?
We've had a couple meetings, regarding Richie's proposal and,
Kelly?
Kelly, myself and Tanya.
That'll come up in new business then, right?
Yep.
I highly recommend, Kelly Insurance.
Okay, is there any White Buffalo Calf Women's Society legislation, emergency legislation resolutions on the table there?
Is that table clear?
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep, they're both on there, so you can pass them both up.
But, before cash, you have two, yeah. Yeah.
Hand them both out or just one?
You can have them both on at the same time,
Yeah.
right? And then
I know.
like these three here.
I was talking to her earlier.
Starting to catch up to me now.
Can I go?
Sure.
That's the tax commission report too, and when do they report? I was concerned about the upcoming deadline.
Those are all commissions, so, it's basically, they don't report unless you request it, so, there's a lot of things that you wanted to recommend that they change in there as far as their tax collection agreement and that kind of stuff is, yeah.
Can we invite them to our next meeting?
Yeah, we'll put that on here, okay?
Need to make the treasurers some money.
Yes, we do.
For the donors.
Hello.
Okay, one of these says budget and finance, so the White Buffalo Calf Women's Society resolution, it needs to be brought under budget and finance. Do we have any budget and or do we have a quorum? 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, yeah, we have a quorum still. Okay, we have two resolutions. We want to do the one with the number first. Can I have one of you guys bring this on as emergency? It's supposed to be under budget and finance, but and they were added on the bottom, and then it was requested the secretary's office, so I'm not sure who was supposed to present them. Who requested that they be on the?
They were on the
They
table.
were just on, they were just on the table?
Wanted to get them all through.
I know the director's been trying to get the.
Okay, motion to approve 2021-252. That's your motion?
Yeah.
Second by Jordan. Go ahead.
Tribe supports White Buffalo Calf Women's Society as the victim service provider for the tribe, and White Buffalo Calf Women's Society will act as the ultimate authority and total implementing agency of the Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women RST CARES project aimed at the victim services and prevention of domestic violence, sexual assault, while continuing response to violent crime against citizens. And whereas the White Buffalo Calf Women's Society is requesting the continued support of the Rosebud Sioux tribe as the authorizing and implementing agency of the tribe's MMIW CARES funded project. Current funding ended December 30th, 2021, and continue to seek ongoing funding as allowed in further resolutions. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council is awarding the RST Health Administration the physical building and location of the MMIW CARES purchased housing structure to be utilized and fully dedicated for use by the RST Health Administration Wichoni Wakam Program Administrative and Services Building. Therefore, it be resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council supports the White Buffalo Calf Women's Society, Inc., and the role as implementing agency of the MMIW RST CARES funded project by providing victim services to our community and religion through direct, indirect services, and does hereby support White Buffalo Calf Women's Society, Inc. in continuing to seek available and continued funding for sustainability of the MMIW CARES initial funded project. Therefore, be it resolved that this resolution number 21252 be deemed as in full effect for the next year and will expire in the year 2022.
Any questions? It's kind of confusing.
Yeah.
She's asking for continued funding, but she doesn't really say it. And I think I don't know if she's requesting the health administration, the building to be put under health administration, Wichoni Wakam program. I don't know why she had that in there if it doesn't apply to her, but I think this probably should go back to a committee.
You revise the resolution?
Right, yeah.
Also, I think she was targeting the CARES funding.
Yeah.
It's dated for 9/30. If you look at the top, at that time, that funding was to be allocated to MMIW. Now that it's gone, I think that's what she was targeting, was that the rest of the funding along with the staff. But CARES is over, so.
I do see this portion where she wants to turn the building over because we didn't turn the building over to her or to White Buffalo Calf.
But does this just make her the MMIW service provider for the tribe? And allocating that program to White Buffalo Calf?
As the implementing agency?
Did anybody reach out to the director today?
I didn't.
No.
I think we probably need to just table it until she's here, yeah.
Okay.
Need a motion to table? Okay. Motion to table, need a second. Jordan? No discussion, table motion, so we need a question. Great. All in favor of the table? 250, 2021, 222, 3, 4, 5, 6. Eileen?
Not voting.
Stanley? Donna?
Yes.
Neil?
Clarification. Abstain.
Russell?
Oh,
Steve?
yes.
Opposed? Not voting? What's the count? 904.
Can we still bring on the one for emergency legislation, being that it's for a DOJ grant?
Deadline on it already, or? We're done on. Or is it, or should I already get it, it's what get budgeted?
Right.
Okay, Sherry, do you want to bring us on as emergency legislation?
Sure.
Motion for emergency legislation, number is 2022-11. All right. 12. 13. 13. 13. Need a second? Ray, question by Jordan. All in favor, bring it on as emergency?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Eileen?
Yes.
Stanley? Donna? Neil?
Yeah.
Steve?
Yes.
We have a quorum. Opposed? Not voting? Three. Motion to approve.
Motion to approve resolution 22-13.
Need a second? Jordan? Go ahead.
All right. Third whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council is authorized to promulgate and enforce ordinances for the maintenance of law and order and to safeguard the peace and morals of general welfare of the tribe pursuant to the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Constitution and bylaws, Article 4, Section 1K and M. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe was awarded a grant from the United States Department of Justice Office of Violence Against Women. Do I need to read the award number too? Award number 15JOVW21GG02373 TRIB in the amount of $899,827 with the project period from October 1, 2021 to 9/30/2024. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Corps is responsible for the implementation of the new grant award for the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Violence Against Women project, and whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe's partner in this grant is White Buffalo Calf Women's Society, whereas the contract of memorandum of understanding is needed between the Rosebud Sioux Tribe and White Buffalo Calf Women's Society, setting out the responsibilities of each party to the grant and the terms of the contract with White Buffalo Calf Women's Society. And therefore it be resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves the attached contract memorandum of understanding for grant award number 15JOVW21GG02373 TRIB, and approves the contract amount of $408,581 for White Buffalo Calf Women's Society.
It's a continuance of a current grant.
Okay. I guess the difference of numbers.
They have a sister grant with the tribal court, and it's an ongoing award. It's just an award.
Basically, we're approving the budget.
Correct, for the grant.
Any discussion on it?
That they split the court.
No discussion, we need a question. Great. All in favor of approving 2022-13?
Who seconded that?
Go charge it.
I don't know. First did it, just kidding.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Honey?
I have a friend, one of the students.
Yes.
She said.
Stanley?
Who first did that? So we always tease.
Donna?
Yes.
Neil?
Yeah.
Steve?
Yes.
11. Opposed? Not voting? 1. Motion carried. Okay, we have one emergency legislation from Red Coal. I don't know, do you want it to? We've got Wayne Boyd who can come in and probably speak to it too if you need him to. He's on the board, so. Number's gonna be 2022-14. Can you go and get Wayne Boyd? Ray, do you want to bring it on as emergency legislation? Thank you, thank you. Motion by Ray, bring it on as emergency, second by Jordan, question by Cher. All in favor? 1, 2. Pam, are you voting?
No.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Eileen, emergency legislation? Stanley? 8. Donna?
Yeah.
Tennille? Steve?
Yeah.
Is that
11.
11? Not opposed? Not voting? 1. 1101. Motion to approve?
Motion to approve 2022-14.
You have, you start reading wherever you feel like the best spot is.
All right, I'll start at the fifth whereas. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux RST has established and incorporated the Rosebud Economic Development Corporation, REDCO, to foster economic development for the Rosebud Sioux Tribe and to create a politically neutral economic development lead entity for the overall economic development program. And whereas approximately 108 million in unmet household goods and services are demanded by RST households, the companies of RST, and that approximately 677 full-time jobs would be created by selling goods and services at RST by meeting this demand, and that there are approximately 11,510 adults between the ages of 18 and 65 who are unemployed from all 20 RST communities. And whereas the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021, ARPA, reauthorizes and amends the Small Business Jobs SBJA of 2010, which established the State Small Business Credit Initiative SSBCI program. ARPA provides a combined $10 billion to state, territory, and tribal governments to help address the economic fallout of the pandemic and lay foundation for a strong and equitable recovery by providing direct support to jurisdictions for programs that increase access to credit for small businesses. And whereas SSBCI provides eligible jurisdictions funding for 1, small business financing programs, which includes capital access programs, loan participations, loan guarantees, collateral support, and venture equity programs, and 2, technical assistance to small businesses applying for SSBCI and other government programs. And whereas REDCO requests and recommends the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council to authorize and delegate to REDCO the authority to act on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe for the purpose of submitting the notice of intent to apply for the approval to be participating state under Treasury State Small Business Credit Initiative. And therefore be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council accepts and adopts the recommendation of REDCO to authorize and delegate to REDCO the authority to act on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe for the purpose of submitting the notice of intent to apply for the approval to be a participating state under the U.S. Department of the Treasury's State Small Business Credit Initiative. And further, be it also resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council has designated REDCO to submit an application for the SSBCI allocation behalf of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. And further, be it also resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council has designated REDCO to accept the SSBCI allocation behalf of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, and that REDCO will implement and oversee the Rosebud Sioux Tribe's SSBCI programs, and that REDCO has the legal authority to enter into allocation agreement with the Treasury, and that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe will send Treasury a letter stating the name, title, signature, telephone number, and email address of the authorized official of REDCO. And finally, be it also resolved that the president of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or his authorized delegate are authorized to sign and execute the notice of intent to apply and any other related documents on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe.
Okay, I'm not sure what this is all about. I remember talking about it with, Wayne, so.
When did they already apply?
Yeah, about, must have been like last November, right, or October. Small business administration came out with this program for tribes that we use grants to assist small businesses on the reservation. That's what this is about. So the council asked Redco to make the initial application. So Redco made the initial application, is qualified. This is asking them to do the final one, but they just got a call yesterday. The deadline got extended until May. So there's no big hurry on that, so if you want to wait until we're good, thank you, we can do that. But it was originally this month, we got extended until May, so we have some time on that. But the reason why they extended it is because they were anticipating a number of tribes to apply. Those with share was going to be like $5 million. Less than half the tribes that apply. So they're giving the tribe 4 times to apply. If you don't apply, then our shares could be like 10 or 12 million bucks. So that stuff is towards for help small businesses with low interest loans or consultant assistance, that kind of stuff.
Like a good deal. What, Sharon?
Thank you. I also want to make a comment too, just to express that Redco has been working diligently on hearings for this small business credit. They also have the mechanism there and a sister organization that can help our people that apply write business plans and help them through that whole process, not just go in and listen to this is how you do it, but actually working workshop sessions to help them develop and draft. So I think this is a really good thing.
Okay. Any more discussion on it? Not, we need a question. Jordan, all in favor? One, two, three, four, five. Online, Eileen?
Yes.
Stanley? Tennille?
Yeah.
Eve?
Steve, yes.
Opposed? Not voting? Motion carried.
What was the number?
We have one more that would request to bring back, it was infants and toddlers, education, resolution, so I passed it out. This would be our last resolution for the day, I believe. We have somebody bring this on as emergency legislation. Oh.
You want to?
Wait, wait. You stood up already. They stood up already. Oh. 2022-15. Motion for emergency legislation. Second by Ray, question by Pam. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Eileen?
Yes.
Stanley? Tennille?
Yeah.
Indeed. Opposed? 0. Not voting? 1. Motion carried. Motion approved.
Motion to approve.
And second, Ray, go ahead.
Start at the third whereas. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Education Department is responsible for the enforcement of the RST education code for all of our children. And whereas in order for the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Education Department to effectively provide educational services, grants must be sought to support and enforce our mission. And whereas the RST Education Department has administered and operated the Infants and Toddlers with Disabilities Grant since inception in 1995. And whereas the subcontracts for the Infants and Toddlers with Disabilities Grant Program with Todd County School District, Exceptional Education, Three Rivers Cooperative, and Rosebud Sioux Tribe Head Start are in need of updating and renewal. And whereas the RST Education Department is requesting authorization to subcontract services with the Todd County School District, Exceptional Education, and Three Rivers Cooperative for fiscal years 2022-2025. And now, therefore, be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council grants authority to the RST Education Department to subcontract for services with the Todd County School District, Exceptional Education, and the Three Rivers Cooperative for the Infants and Toddlers with Disabilities Grant for fiscal years 2022-2025.
Discussion. Any question? Question by Sharon. All in favor of approving? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, Dean.
Yes.
Stanley?
Oh.
Neil? Steve?
Yeah.
Yeah. 11. Opposed? 0. Not voting? 0.
What was the first number?
11-0-0.
No, the first one, the emergency legislation, was it 801? Oh, man.
Okay, that's the agenda. Finish the agenda.
Oh my.
Oh, new business.
Business, what is new business? Insurance, I think we're gonna bring that back later date, aren't we? Health insurance, so.
Just as an FYI, council, I will have a report next week.
Okay,
Next week's council meeting.
council, I know you guys gave me the authority to do what I need to do as far as the COVID numbers. I was going to set up a task force meeting, but there was a request from a council rep to have one next Tuesday. I can't be here, so I want to set that task force meeting up with the council on Wednesday, if that works for everybody. What's that?
What time?
We'll be at 10 o'clock. Okay. And we'll all meet here at the council and we'll hash out what we need to do and we'll get it done. So,
So is that gonna be a task force council meeting?
yeah.
So just recess.
No, that's do a different agenda because that's all it's going to be. So.
Yesterday, Councilwoman Whitepike asked that we put on the, agenda, the advertising of our chief judge position. Did we get to that?
No, I did. I got it written down too. So we didn't do that.
Do we need to do that by motion here?
Yeah, we need to do that, and I know we're on air, but we really do need to do something as a council for Judge Marshall too. So, we'll kind of might want to set a date. I'll set a date for that, and we'll just do it. But yeah, if you want to make a motion to advertise his job, I don't remember when his contract's up or when it's actually.
June, isn't it?
It's in June.
Yeah.
So we don't need to do it till then, but
But won't we be without it?
I think it would be smart of us to
advertise it now.
Yeah,
Okay.
that way there's no gap in service.
Okay.
Also, I'd like to advocate for the judges' premium pay. I did get a call from 2 judges during my quarantine.
That's going back to our health committee to approve those budgets so that we can send forward to council. So maybe, I don't know, can we have an ARPA meeting before our next council meeting so that we can add that to the agenda so we can get that out of the way?
Also, I think we should take the resolution that was passed today for the youth center back to the committee to ensure that the budget is adequate to fulfill the resolution, and we may have obligated all of our ARPA funding with that resolution.
Well, the resolution was passed, so I was going to deliver it to the ARPA office and they can make that, obligate that money, I guess, put it aside for the use.
Should almost be done.
Yeah, so.
So I'll make that motion to advertise for the chief judge position.
Okay. For how long?
What's our normal until filled, or I think we're gonna have a hard time finding one.
Yeah, until filled, that, you correct language.
I think it agrees would be great.
Motion on the floor for, to advertise for chief judge, till filled, need a second. Jordan, question by Ray, all in favor?
No.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Eileen?
Yes.
Stanley?
Oh.
Janino?
Yes.
Russell?
Oh,
Steve Briggs?
Yes.
Opposed? Not voting? Motion carried. Anything else?
Our other contract, one judge had a concern that his contract was needing to be renewed.
I have one on my desk, and, or are you talking about Judge Greaves? I have one on my desk that was approving resolution, I signed it. And I don't know if they picked it up or if I lost it on my desk, so I'm gonna check into that, but I did sign his contract. I just didn't deliver it to him, so, I'll take care of it, Steve, okay? There's nothing else, we need a motion to adjourn. Pam?
What we're gonna do with IT then?
I think they just wanted to add them on the agenda. I don't know if you guys want to listen to them now. I don't know what the purpose was. I think they just wanted to have them on the agenda for a report when we do have this report, because a lot of us have IT questions, so.
I guess there's a lot of concern because, our system keeps failing. That was one of the concerns. The other concern was, there's not any activity from them, as in promoting, getting stuff out on these, what is it, Channel 93? There's not very much activity on there. There's just a lot of questions, as in, I advocated for that pay amount, and a lot of the council reps are kind of feeling like I shouldn't have did that because we're not seeing any kind of positive activity going on, or but again, that's why I think that was supposed to happen.
Also, communications lost a grant that they did not fulfill of 46,000, I believe, funds that we will have to return. I think that council should be made aware of how that happened. Wow. I have specifics on that.
Sure.
IT usually reports to Economic Development Committee. So since they're not here today, do you want us to address those concerns at committee level? Councilwoman?
I don't know. I wasn't the council that put it on our agenda for the discussion. I
think it would be good. It was Lisa, but she's not on it.
Yeah.
Because I also have some concerns for IT regarding our systems getting backed up. Like there's a couple of programs that are doing some major projects that are some historical, and we just have so much data. So there was a concern from a few people that I had to address IT. We'll bring these things up at committee level if we don't get to them. Okay.
When that happens, sure, due to that grant being lost, that we used to need back to.
Okay, we need a motion to adjourn. I will set up another meeting for next Wednesday, 19th, 10 o'clock, so need a motion to adjourn.
Let me think.
Martha, question by Vanessa. All in favor, adjourning?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Eileen? Stanley? Tennille,
Yeah.
Steve,
Yeah.
opposed,
Yeah.
not voting.
Two.
Motion carried. See you guys on next Wednesday. 10:02.